right, here we go. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Well, XOS as alerted yesterday and after hours, I put $4 support, then $3.50 support. Said room to 480, and over that we'll go to 525 to the 545 area. Look where we went to this morning. Perfect. Look where we went to after hours in the dip buys yesterday. First four, that held for a little bit. Then we came down at the very end of after hours, really late. They're on the 375 marking this morning down to right at 350. Maybe a tad below 350 before spiking all the way back up $2. So nice, good move there. Hopefully you got some fun from it. WETO, the Cheeto going again. PFSA, SGLY, and SXTC. AMLX are going to be your main movers so far today. All right, we'll start with what is your number one top gainer this morning. The newer play is XOS. The float on this play is right around 8 to 9 mil. I would imagine in market's going to be more of your slow and steady eddy play. Does have news like we talked about yesterday with the U.S. Air Force. Today, support coming in at 430. Under 430, we go down to 4, like we talked about yesterday. Under 4 to around 375, and under that down to 350. On the way up, resistance coming in at 480. We already talked about this in 525, again into 545, over that to 620. So those are your main levels for XOS. Over to WETO, the Cheeto, did make new highs this morning. I would imagine we see some halts from this play. Same levels I gave yesterday are going to be the same intact this morning. That $32.80 to $33 mark was the low dip in pre-market. That's got to hold today, and we did in pre-market, and we went for more, just as alerted here. Main support, other than that, is 40. 40 is going to be the key to start the day to see if we don't ramp back up off of it. We're trying to hold original pre-market high and after-hours high right now at 43, 43.20 area. On the way up, resistance coming in at 45.50, 47.50, into that 48, or I should say into that 49, we'll call it 50 handle. Over that, we know where this play can run to. I would say 55 and then 60 would be on lock over pre-market high. And who knows exactly how far this could go today. This is a very, very low float. Less than a mil. Definitely on watch here today for some more halting fun. All right, over to PFSA, another float around the same size as WETO. Very, very low float. There is no news on PFSA. Did have a 1-for-4 reverse split about a week ago, a little less than a week ago now, last week. On the way down today, support at 850. If we crack it, we're going down to 780. Under 780, we head down to around 745 to 740. Under that, watch for a move down to yesterday's high, which is right around 680. This play did have some weird halts up and down. Didn't have a lot of movement, but it did move yesterday. Now even more so here in pre-market. On the way up today, resistance coming in at 950. Really strong at 10 to 1015. Over that, another really strong area right around 1125-ish area into maybe around the 1145 area. Over that, we popped to 12. And over 12, you can see that 1280 pre-market high. Over 1280 in pre-market high, here's yet another play. Again, reverse split. I just said that. This has a lot of room to run because there's not a lot of charting down. Over pre-market high, this could go to 15. Over 15, watch the move to 16. And over that, we go up to right around 1750. There's some levels for PFSA. SGLY, you ain't got no alibi, you ugly. Very, very low float as well today on this one, right around 300K in float. Yeah, crazy, super low. Resistance coming in right around the 750 handle. Again, over 750, watch for a pop to 8 after hours high. Over 8, we run to 9 to 925. And over that to 980. Over 980 in pre-market high. Where do we run to? Well, we just spiked up here recently to right around 1050 and then 11. So we have 1050 and then 11 resistance up top if this can get off its ass and go. It's got to hold the 585 mark for this to crack, for it to pop. If it cracks 585, it comes down all the way to pre-market low right around 5. All right, continuing through the list here, we have AMLX running on up this morning. AMLX does have news dealing with hypoglycemia. All right, cool. Mean endpoints there in phase 3. This is pretty nice. We do have, this actually is some pretty darn good news, to be honest. Up a decent amount too to show that, at least for a ticker that cost yesterday in the 20s. Now trying to hit the 30s today. On the way up, resistance at 30, over 30, we go to 31, over 31 to 33 in that pre-market high node. Over that, watch for a pop-up today to 34. Over that, we go to pretty close to 35. On the way down, support coming in at 2740. Under 2740, the best support today is right around 2550 for AMLX. And the other small low float to look at is SXTC today. SXTC's float right around 1 mil. I'll mention a couple of others after SXTC, but I remember seeing this one pop in the past. We do just have a trend line on SXTC. That's what we're running up all morning long here. My trend line, well, we just tested it and we're bouncing off of it. My trend line's right around 483, 484. If we crack that, watch for move down to 465. Under 465, we crack down to right around 450. Under 450, down to around 430. 435 area. Resistance on the way up is at 535. Again at 560. Over 560, we pop up through 6 to right around 620 to that 640 handle. Now, over pre-market high in 640, another play that's been reverse split to hell. Doesn't have a lot of charting to hold this play down. Over 640, watch for a pop-up today to, I'd say 640 area. Over 640, watch for a pop-up to 730. Over 730 to 830, and then over that we go up to right around 9 for SXTC. All right, other key tickers to keep your eye on up this morning and slow and steady there is going to be BIAF. So BIAF is one that's running up this morning. Did have some news as well. Over 62 cents, 63 cents in pre-market high. Watch for a pop-up today to right around the 70-cent mark. Over 70 cents, we go to 78 cents. Over that's around 85 cents on the way up there for BIAF. Really choppy, ugly chart to move up today so far. Other ones, EJH, very, very low float play, popped up and cracked back on down. So watch for this to pop back on up today. Resistance coming in strong at 225. Again at 265, and then you see that pre-market high handle. And WFF, again, another crazy low float play. It's trying to pop up again. Remember WFF, it had some fun moves yesterday as well. So WFF, keep that one on watch. It had a crazy run up all the way to 10. Watch that over the $3 handle for the move up today. That one will be another one to keep on watch for some fun. All right, let's get the large caps. Keep these on watch. There's that bounce off 40. All right, let's get off. Spy, Apple, AMD, ARM, Google, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, PLTR. Have a good day at school. All right, let's get over to large caps. Here comes the SPY. Finally having that pullback here. So almost got up to 780 there, and that was it. That is your all-time high from Thursday, and we're going to stay there for a minute, 779.37. On the way down of the day, watch this back under 768.30 for the move down to 767.50. Normal low of day there. If not, it's going to be could have a good size red day. On the way down, we don't have support all the way back down to around 760, former all-time high area. I'm going to split the difference and say 760, we'll call pre-market low node is right around, the main support at 768.30. If we crack it, we go down to 767.75. That area, that 767.50, 767.75 has got to hold. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low, I'm going to split the difference between that and 760. So somewhere right around 763.50, ultimate low of day. On the way up, got to get back over what? 770. Over 770, we go pop to right around 770.90 to 771. Over that, we go to 771.60. I'm going to stay there in case we stay tight or end or crack before we pop up. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes to 772.25. Ultimate high of day goes then to 773. What's up, Daza, T-Web? Anyone else out there wallflowering? There's the bounce off, and I put this over on the Discord. All right, over to WETO. Perfect dip off that 40 handle that I talked about. That 40, 50, 40-ish area had to hold, and boom, we just dipped right off of it like we did earlier. Perfect dip off of the $40 area, now moving back on up. So perfect dip off of 40. This thing is running pretty good and technically sound. Over to Apple, EIO. Just not a big fan of Apple, honestly, on the day trading side of things. I've just been saying that recently. It has been, just looking at that, it's just not that pretty, to be honest, as far as a day trade is concerned. Really back under that 300 handle would really give some good charting again, to be honest. And we need to get back over around the 315 handle. We just are stuck in this nasty, overall choppy channel. What's up, Aussie? How we doing? AMD, it's running right back down. I was hoping this was going to break through 520 yesterday and move us back up into the 520s, 30s, and then give us some clean charting again. And not so fast. Right back on down into the Uglyville. So I'd watch for this to continue to climb down today. Next bounce area is going to be right around 481.85 is going to be the best dip opportunity. Then I like it down somewhere right around the 477.25 mark as well. On the way up, main resistance is coming in at 92 to 92 or 92.30 to 92.50. Over that resistance at 95 and in the 95 handle to right around 96. Then again at 500. Keep walking through the A's here. ARM on the way back on down. Looking pretty good for some charting here. On the way down, ARM continues to crack back on down. Next support I see for ARM isn't until 56, 256. I'll go normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then comes down to 252 area to 252.20. On the way back up today, resistance comes in at 262. Then again at 263. Over that, we go to 265 to 265.50. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes up to right around 267.50. Ooh, Google looks good for the short today. Google looks good back under pre-market low. I've got a forever line in at 338.60.75 area. Watch for a crack of that for the move down to 336.50 under 36.50. We go down to 35 under 335, which will be your normal low of day. Watch for the crack all the way back down to 331.50. Really tight this morning, may get a pop up, but it runs back into former charting over 340.85. Watch the move up to right around 342.25. That's going to be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes up to 343.50. Maybe a tad higher. Meta also looking for some more dumperoonie here at the bell. Meta here under pre-market low. No, the only thing I see holding this play up is going to be right around 559 to 558.50 area. It's down so much from yesterday after the dumperoonie. I'll say normal low of day there. Ultimate low, we have more dumperoonie coming in today. Going below that down to 553 for your ultimate low of day. If we get lower than that, we go down to 550. Under 550 to 546.50. On the way up today, watch for a move. We got to get back through yesterday's low and 560 5-ish area, over 565. Then we have 566.40 resistance. Even before that, we're going to have 563.50 resistance. This play looks like it wants to crack back on down. I'm going to go 565 to 565 resistance as your normal high of day, 566.50 for your ultimate high of day. If it gets over that, watch the move up to 568 and then over that to 570. All right, over to Microsoft. I'll take a quick look at this. Charts and shit getting in my dang way here. All right, there we go. Over to Microsoft. Ooh, this one's kind of channeling. It reminds me a little bit of that the that AMD and Apple kind of channeling up, especially Apple. More range to this, but definitely overall kind of channeling up top. The main support down below, we've almost got back down to it. But let's go through some levels here for Microsoft. On the way down today, we've got support right around 81.75. Under 81.75, we go down to 80.50. Under 80.50, we head down to 78.50. 78.50 normal low of day, ultimate low of day. Oh, watch out under 78.50. It's going to get juicy down to 75 to 75.50. On the way up, resistance coming in strong right around the 484.35 to 484.50 handle. Over that, watch for a pop up today. Honestly, 580 or 485 I'd worry about, but if we get through 485, I see a good move up to 487.20. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes up to 488.75. I don't think we'd get higher than that, but if we do, we pretty much go right back to yesterday's open. NVDA starting to cool off and pull back on down there after that little small and steady weird uptrend Monday, or I should say Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and even into Monday. This last 4 days have been really small, choppy days. Finally, big move in after hours in the pre-market on down for at least what it's been doing in market. On the way down today, pre-market lows 219.50. Watch for the crack of that for the move down to 218.75. Under that, we get another good pull down to right around 217.35. One more down, then we go to 216.60. We just moved so much here. I want to give a bigger day on this, but then I feel like I'm going to be wrong if I do. So I'll go normal low of day is going to be the 218.50 handle, ultimate low of day down to 216.50, maybe a tad below it. Resistance comes in at 227.65 into 228. Over that, we go to, my bad, 222. So 221.70 to 222 resistance. Over that, we go to 223 area. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 223. Watch for a pop to 223.60. And then over that, we go up to right around 224.50. Ultimate high there. downtrend break on PFSA would be the other one. So downtrend break on PFSA would be your other potential move at the bell for small caps. So those would be your main movers, in my opinion, as we move into the opening bell. Who's going to get the mob? Well, I'll update that as soon as we get to it. Right now, I'm sitting on my hands. All right, team, let's take the small break. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you guys on mute as long as I did. Mike, Ingrid, Trevor. I said that was maybe a couple minutes ago. I don't know how long you guys were on mute. I forgot to unmute it. I was yelling something at Avery. All right, I'm going to put some jams on for just a second, then I'll come back in here right at the opening bell. So we have some trades. I'm waiting to see if WETO, the Cheeto, halts, so we can trade the halts on WETO today.
digital and holy fire. Your thoughts are mine, my mind is yours. Opening the final door. Sync the pulse, connect the stream. We are waking from the dream.
All right. Well, let's see what we get. Small caps, I think we're all over it. With what we're looking at for the day. To at least start the day. I don't think there's anyone else looking anywhere else than WETO. I didn't mean to do that. Whoopsies. I think XOS is going to get some movement. I just have a feeling it's going to be more of the slower movement. So you guys that need the more of the base hits, that need the 10 cent, 30 cent play, just trying to get a little piece of the pie. You're more slow and steady, Eddie. And we're off! We are off. WETO, big sell-off here. Big sell-off. Big sell-off. Going into a halt down. Looking like we're going into a halt down right now. So let's see if we go into the halt down. Yesterday it was letting us get into the play even after it halted. Let's see if it actually does that again today. It is showing that it is letting us. WETO showing a gap up, though. Not what we wanted to see. Now it's coming back on down. Now it's all the way back down. Okay. No big gap down, though. But it is letting us get into this. So WETO the Cheeto halted down. SLE continue to climb there. Why did I not see SLE in pre? Oh, because it popped up late in pre-market. Oh, that's why. I missed one. Okay. SLE, because when I started alerts today, I did not see this play pop up at all. We've seen Super League pop in the past. This does have news buying Bitcoin. So SLE is halted up right out of the gate, not showing much of a gap up. We do have WETO halted down, but it's showing a gap up. So right now, again, a little wonky out of the gate, so I'm just going to leave some plays alone for now. But SLE does have news, buying some Bitcoin. Contribute, let's see, where I should say buy. What are they doing here overall? Let's look into this. It's something with Bitcoin, though. Metaplanet to invest 2,100 Bitcoin in Super League. Okay, to launch U.S. Bitcoin Treasury platform. Okay, so that's what it is. So we have Metaplanet investing 2,100 Bitcoin, which is valued up to right around $132 million. It's a lot of dollars. All right, so that's a nice good pop up. We have support, old resistance, new support at 610. Under that, same kind of thing was built up at 555, 560. Under that support at the $495 handle. Resistance coming up top right where we failed at pre-market high, right around $7, where we're going to open up at is what it's showing. Is 7 on the dot, maybe a hair over it. Now, over 7, where do we run? Well, we have previous resistance when we ran on earnings earlier this year, back in May, right here on the dot at 710. Now, that's going to be key here. Do we get over 710 or do we flush right out of the gate? Now, over 710, where do we go to next? Well, let's do some divvying on up and doing some investigating here. Over 710, watch for a pop to 750-ish area, 760 area. Over that resistance at 830. Again, right around the 875 and the 9 handle. So those would be your main resistance areas on the way up for SLE. All right, so I'm going to get rid of XOS. SLE's coming here. Go there with the 1 minute time frame. We're going to go with XOS here. SLE is showing a gap up. Oh, and they're letting us get in here. Okay, huh. They are letting us get in here. Even on SLE, you can get in on Thinkorswim. SLE is going to come live at 35.28. 35.28. $35.28 for SLE coming up live. Then it's $35.38 for WETO, and WETO is now showing a gap down of $38.17. SLE is $7.07. $35.28, $35.38. Now it's showing 38 for resumption time for WETO. If you want to jump in, it's getting a small gap down. I jumped in long on SLE. Oh, SLE, I just lost. SLE, I just lost. It opened up and went live before I could get out of it. Oh no, I just lost on SLE. I am down for the day. I'm down 275 now. Ouch! I should have left him alone. I didn't think it was going to go immediately to a halt down. SLE now halted down, showing a gap down. I may go short here then. Think I'm going to go short here if this stays this way. We'll see though. Dang it. That's why I usually try to leave him alone out of the gate there. No, I've never seen this before, Mike. Mike, I've never seen this before. We have PFSA halted up, right? PFSA's halted up. Boy, this is kind of getting crazy right here. All right, SLE showing a pretty good sized gap down now, consistently showing the 570s. I'm going to go in short. PFSA showing a gap up. So PFSA showing a gap up to 1084. SLE keeps showing out. It's down in the 550s for SLE. 40:45 would be the resumption time for SLE. So we still got about 2 minutes on SLE. We got about 3 minutes on PFSA. PFSA would be 40:21, 1090 resumption. SLE is 40:45, and now back to 571 for resumption. 570. I've never seen this before. It is crazy. All right, so 45 would be a 10 minute, but 40:45 5 minute. Here we go. 40:45. A little less than a minute now. 30 seconds left here. Showing 560 for resumption price. $571 now. $559 now. $571 now. $570. Here we go. Less than 10 seconds. Going to a 10 minute. Damn it. All right, let's see if PFSA goes live here. PFSA will be going live now. Coming up at 21 seconds after. Small, yeah, now it's showing no gap up. Okay. Wow. PFSA, nasty sauce so far. Well, I will say that's going to scare a lot of traders off to the long side today for sure. So we have a bunch of kind of crazier movement this morning. Let's see if PFSA can work its way back on up. Real nasty liquidation sweep back on down. Back up she goes. She's going to have some strong resistance at 11 into this 1135 handle. We talked about that in the morning alerts. We also have another play on AIXC halted up right here out of the gate there. AIXC halted up. So that would be your other one. So we'll go to it real quickly. AIXC is halted up. So this one here now looks like it's going to a 10-minute resumption. Oop, halted. App opened up. There we go. Opened up, I should say. Maybe I was reading the time wrong there. I think I may have read the wrong one because there's so many plays that were halted today. We're finally now going into a halt down. Guys, we were just in Wonkyville. PFSA going to a halt up. Oh, nope. Hitting the LULD. Hitting the LULD, not halting up yet. So I'm going to put SLE here since that's the one I'm in. We're going to go PFSA here. Running through the resistance really strong here too as well, to be honest. We're running through some resistance here into that upper VWAP band. PFSA starting to take the mob here. That super low float play does not have any news. I think this was their former reverse split if I'm not mistaken. I'll come back to that if I need to use it and see if I see we're running into LULD or not. 45, a little over a minute here for SLE, showing 576, showing consistently right around that 575 mark. Now, sometimes it's showing 580. Yeah. Oh, we're okay. AIXC actually held there. AIXC actually held there. AIXC now live. That's live into a halt up. 48.52 would be the resumption time. 48.52. Showing no gap up. Not showing much of a gap up this time around. Not showing much of a gap up. 45.45, around 45 seconds left for SLE. All right, 15 seconds here for SLE. Should be coming live, I would imagine, at this 15-minute mark, or 10-minute mark, 10-minute mark. I mean, come on, 45. That just sounds good. Nice. And I got that one, guys. I got that one. I was in 1,000 shares. Got my money back on that one. Oh, it's going for another halt down. I almost did 500 and 500, and maybe I should have, darn it. It's all right. I've passed the evaluation now, guys. I have passed the evaluation. That's all I was looking to do. Nice. All right. All right. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, cool. Just making sure here. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. There we go. Done. Passed it. Target achieved. Fuck yeah. There we go. There it is. Now at 3,600 on the account. Target was 3K. We nailed it. Today's profit 60. Someone said 6,700. I can't. I need one of those days again. Boom and done. Boom and done for the day. Fuck yeah. All right. 1,000 shares, your legend. I did 25. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was doubling down. Well, I did 500 just because I was trying to get just that small. I thought we were going to get a gap. Okay, like, to be honest, we'll go back over the play here. Now that we can chill, you can tell I was really not talking and honed into that for a minute because this pissed me off. With that news, I thought we were going to gap to 710, hold for a second. I could have gotten out. My dumbass wasn't looking at the time. I wasn't looking at it. I was like, oh shit. I was like, what was I fucking doing? I could have gotten out. At least, if anything, for like a break-even small loss. I'm fast enough to usually, I probably would have gotten out with some win there. My dumbass completely slipped up and fucking fumbled. I fumbled the fucking ball. I was like, hey, you want it? I was just straight up, special mode. I get out with a massive loss. I'm like, no. So I was like, okay, I'm continuously seeing that gap down, but check my exit. Check my exit, though. Because right when it went live, I was hoping we'd get a quick little immediate lightning bolt down. And that's sure the fucking shit that we got there. And I was like, I was going to go one in, one out. Just all in, all out. And sure enough, boom! And it's now halted down again. So I'm not attacking it. I would attack it. But it's showing 5. Okay, no, that was earlier. And it was right. It's showing 480 now. I would attack it again. I would probably even, I'd probably attack it again. I got what I wanted, though. This is exactly what I wanted for the day. I was hoping it was going to be WETO. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, last night or yesterday even, because I missed it with WETO. I could have had it with WETO yesterday when it halted up here. But I got in like right before, I got in too late, and it wasn't the 30-second trade. I was like, no! And it was a $2 gap up. I was like, you stupid son of a... So I was like, determined. I was like, it's going to happen today. I was like, I'm going to get you tomorrow. And then it was like, okay, well, I'll attack SLE and get it. And then I did. Yeah, it was funny. I mean, I was so pumped last night. I was pumped. Pumpity pumped. All right, so we have PFSA halted up, AIXC halted up. So I had mad news selling 40 minutes shares. I'm doing not share this one. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, nice. The win on SLE on halt down. Just halted down again. Left 5 shares for what if 500 shares. There you go at 632. There you go. 507. Well, you're about to get a better exit, honestly. And good job there, Dazzles. I teach you there as it's heading into the halt down. Just because you don't know how goofy and wonky these could, be. Like, hey, you got a really tight spread. You can get out right there as it's hitting that. Boom. That's a take it. Take some anyway. It'd have to be all of them. Like you did. You did perfect. You handled that well. Opinions there. Myron on Ream F. Roll the Ream F. All right. Rare elements. Okay. Just as the chart's concerned, not pretty. Is this coming up like with... Hey, I like out of their Firestone, Colorado. That's pretty fucking cool. Just kind of reading over some notes right there. Just reading over a couple of notes there, Myron. Let's go into like a 15-minute time frame. Well, that was going to be it, and I don't think it quite hit it there, Myron. I would have said somewhere right around this, right around 102 to $1 for the Dipperoonies, right? Didn't quite get that, unfortunately. And it is just a beautiful uptrend channel here, right? And of course, what like old 8K would have been like, oh man, this is a beautiful, trendline crack. Cracked it, held the shelf right here at the opening bell. Now we like the 5-minute time frame, right? So there's the trendline multi-day. Finally can't hold it, handle it anymore. It's a multi-day uptrend for end, which is quite a long, it's not moving a lot. Then you crack that trend line right there and bada boof, bada bing bong, ding dongs. And then bounce play, because I know you're always looking at those for me. I know it seems like throughout the years, I would have said right there would have been the dip buy, and it just didn't quite get there so far today. Got the 106, and that's where they were picking up sticks. SLE live. SLE is live. SLE is live, by the way. SLE is live. And there you go. Hopefully you took it there. At least some down there, Daza. Because that's exactly why we're like what I was literally just talking about. All right. You got it, Myron. XOS waiting on the pop. Yeah, XOS really tight right now. So XOS, yeah, just looking at that what I figured was going to be kind of maybe one of more of your slow and steady Eddie plays in the end. Again, like I said, if you're looking for 15 cents, 20 cents, you, Myron, the Aussie chicks of the world, the ones that I know that don't need a lot of stress in your life. That was, trust me, right there, because I knew I was so cool. Oh, AIXC is just taking that mob there. PFSA still halted up. I'm not going to trade anymore. I've been looking I wanted to get it on Thursday, right? And I was so close. I got a win on Thursday, but it wasn't quite big enough to put me over. And I'm just trying to get to that mark. So when I can, I just stop trading. And then I'll get back to, now I can just trade kind of thing once I get the funded account. But yeah. was like, I just want one trade. And so, of course, took Friday off. Yesterday, I just didn't like what I saw. Of course, when I came in, I was like, well, I don't really like anything. And then internet issues. And then it's like, I'm not trading because I was literally had my Wi-Fi hotspot for the first 2 hours of the day. So I couldn't trade. So then there was no trading for me. I kind of was like Trevor kind of called, not Trevor, Steve called it. It's kind of like a snow day. You're like, well, guess I'm not going to school today, so to speak. This play continues to climb here, by the way. What we're going to do is get WETO the Cheeto down here since it's going to have a day off, it looks like. That would be good if it had a day off, and then when I get a file, I know it takes a bit, but maybe by the time I get the funded account, WETO goes back to doing the halted stuff, so I can immediately just like bang out a couple of huge wins. Let's go. We're ripping here. So yeah, I just didn't trade yesterday. Then literally, it was so funny. I'm so sorry for you guys too. Anyone that was around Daz, I don't know if it was anyone was around the afternoon. Mike, any of you guys? No, so funny. As soon as I was coming back right for the afternoon commentary, there were storms coming through. Weren't quite here yet, but like it was like, you know, we could tell they were coming. And we had this kind of about to halt up again here, about to halt up again here. PFSA, we were just flying. PFSA, nope, not yet. Hit the LELD there. Was not quite getting into it and halting though. I saw the power kind of jolt in the house, and I didn't realize it. And I came back in here. I'm like, man, motherfucker. And I don't, it's in this room's weird as fuck. It'll jolt the room, this room specifically, and my battery backup completely gets jolted too. It is the weirdest thing. I did Google it or have some like technician or some like, you know, like Geek Squad guy from Best Buy come over and look at it. Say, what's going on? Why is my cyber power this? And it's, you know, it's one of the nicer ones. It's like $200. Used to, I would like when I first got it, this thing could stay up for at least like, I want to say half an hour, maybe it was longer. It was a while, you know, because what I had connected to it was just a computer, right? And what I would do is just the one that's on battery backup is nothing. It's just the tower itself, right, to power it, and one monitor, I think, is all I have on the actual battery backup part. So there's not a lot that it has to power, and so I can still keep my stream up or whatever, you know, and have my one screen going. We are halted up, by the way. Halt up time resumption price. 1593, so nothing there. AIXC showing a small gap down, and it's kind of doing this weird movement, but still halting and going up. We've seen these a lot, right? It doesn't look like it's going to keep going, but it does. It's done. Nope, flies up for another halt. Oh, it's done. Nope, flies up for another halt. I leave those alone. I just don't like them. Anywho, but then anyway, so I get my stream back up. I'm like, hey guys, lost the power for half a second, storms, whatever I said, right? How funny was it? As soon as I got my live stream up and I had the countdown on, boom, the whole house, we lose it. And we didn't get it back for about 2 hours or close to it. And thank God, we had the AC and everything rocking and rolling already. Secondly, the storm came through, so it was cloudy and cooled it down. Because, of course, then the sun did come back up. Didn't heat up too much. We are finally about to halt down here. Let's check it out at 25 seconds after. We'll go to the countdown. All right, we got it in 3, 2, 1. Any second now here she should be halting. That was just funny though. And then it sucked, but luckily I had to go run errands. I had to do the typical afternoon kind of get stuff done on a Monday. Avery get stuff done, and then we're kind of both leaving at times so the dogs can learn how to chill and we can leave without them being fucking. Well, there's only a few of them, but anyway. Most of them are fine as soon as we leave, and like especially when I leave now, we've gotten to where I can leave and they don't move. You know, when Mom leaves, we're still getting used to that. You know, we're getting better, and her coming back home and not being chaotic. Anywho, but yeah, sorry for that yesterday. I forgot about that for half a second, but I thought that going back to it, that was pretty funny. Where I was, you know, essentially. Getting no internet, got the live stream up, took the break, came back, was going to do a full power hour with you guys because I was wanting to trade WETO the Cheeto, which I did trade, right? And I just got into anyway, so it didn't count. It was like it wasn't a 30-second trade. But then, then the power goes off, and then we don't have power. Ugh. And it just sucks. The guy next to us has a Generac, which I'm just not going to spend the money at this house to get and then just have it. I don't know. I guess it could add value. I don't know. Anyway, it just doesn't happen that often. It happens like maybe once a year. Anywho, but yeah. Next house, can't wait for it because that was what we were both saying. It's like, man, losing power sucks. It was fun when we first moved in here. We talked so much good stuff about this house. Maybe we put too much, we jinxed it, but all our other houses we always end up losing power, right? The Dallas house, the house before that we had in Lancaster, it seemed like boy we'd lose power pretty easy. This house when we first moved in, it seemed like the first year, whatever it was, we're just like, man, we just never lose power. Storms come through this side or the other. This place just holds it strong. And then yeah, it seems like I forgot what year it started. Like we've been here now for 6 years, which is crazy, longest house we've ever been in. But yeah, now it's just every year we can count on it. And it's like yesterday, we were on the tip of the storms. North of us got it bad. I mean, when I went out too, which was during the storm because there was nothing for me to do, so I went and ran the errands. And literally there were like I say, it was a smaller tree. There were branches and limbs on the road. Like it, and a lot of it's probably just because we haven't had a lot of rain. So that's probably the dried up old dead trees. Essentially, you could tell that were like breaking off and breaking down and coming off. That essentially needed to one way or the other. They were going to at some point. But yeah, I was like, damn. I can't imagine where like up north got even more than us. And yeah, it's like we get like anyway. And you're like, you're just bitching and complaining like, oh, of course ours has to go out. You got to be kidding me. AMC for the short was a good one. Yeah, let's go back. We could look at a couple of small cap or large cap plays. Going back through these real quickly here. Apple. Let's go back to those charts. Yeah, Apple is one I didn't really like. Just overall, just the chart it's still kind of stuck. It is trying to pop up today. AMD was the one I liked, or one of the ones I did kind of like at the bell. I don't remember if I re-mentioned that, but it did have that pre-market like support node for the crack zone. ARM was another one, and it got a decent sort of low volume today on ARM, not that pretty. Google did crack at the bell, but it was so quick and popped back on up. That's why I've kind of stayed away from trading. Meta did work out. I was right about Meta, so Meta did work out. That was the other one I did like. That worked out at the bell. These Microsoft. Yeah, nothing there really good on Microsoft. I do have to go over to trade the pool soon, but I'm going to stay with you guys. At least I'll do it till like 15 after. Oh, fuck me sideways on a shanty shit shider. Whoa. That's why I've made my money for the day. I am done. Tesla, some kind of uglier, choppier moves out there. SPY is real tight. Damn. Man, my stomach is growling today. Just a rumbling and a growling over here. Rumbling and a growling. Rumbling and a growling. I haven't really, I haven't looked across the board, but Dell was a good spike at the bell, good 20-point banger. And then it's been a lot of plays I'm just going through or have really just either have been ugly or are ugly today overall. Cool. Anything you guys want to go over? Mike, IPST, strong, low volume, may reject like here. Okay, cool. WFF, keep that on watch. It tried to just pop up a little bit there. Yeah, IPST though from yesterday. That's another one. Forgot about that some gun. It's halted up now as well. So IPST, keep that one on watch. So IPST, keep that on watch. XOS, I was all over that one. That one ended up being a slow mover. Oh, I forgot to do a little recap. Man, I forgot to do a recap as I took the trade there. I took SLE long out of the gate. That one farked me on over. Didn't realize that when it went live, it took the halt up. It freaking halted down on me. Took a decent loss. Only went in 500 shares. Lost about 280. Then went short side 1,000 shares. Got about almost a whole point out of it on the halt down. Now up 675 past the eval. So eval is now past 50K eval I got last month. Woohoo! And since then, wow, all over the place. AIXC, this play is halting up, then kind of down. No, it's back up. It's halting up. It's halting up. Okay, now we're halted down. All right, now we're going to maybe halt down a little bit more. No, we're going right back into halts up. Okay, so halted up again here, right? So that play is a little all over the place. Is AIXC. Does have news, though, this morning, halted up right now at $1.78, showing a resumption right now of $1.93. So it's first decent-sized gap up there since earlier in the morning. WETO, the Cheeto, just choppy and just tight as can be, but watch the break of 44 and especially over 45. PFSA thought this was going to be the one to go Banana Joe's. PFSA had the room to go. Talked about that this morning in pre-market. Went for the halt up and then now gap down into a halt down. PFSA showing a dollar gap down right now to $12.50. So IPST also from yesterday halted up. So we have IPST, AIXC halted up, looking to go for more. PFSA halted down. I don't think that one's quite done yet for the day. And watch liftoff. WETO could take the mob and win the belt back later today. All right. Yeah, it was that was decent on the way too. Yeah, just not a lot of good ones today over in the small or large cap sector. Been a little kind of meh. I mean, IPST now opened up straight pullback. IPST opens up with a pullback. Anyone taking PFSA on that gap down? Anyone taking PFSA on the gap down? Should be coming live now. Nope, not going live now. Gonna go live at, oh, I'm behind on that one. It's 14 after. I thought it was, yeah, my bad. I was behind. Could be taking, hey, if you have, I seeing consistently the 12.5 to now 12.6, that's fine with me. PFFSA, I would take this short. It reminds me of what happened early on SLE, that immediately, it just, you go, what? You know, your mouth kind of drops. When you see a gap down sell off, I'm not surprised that we will see that big of a gap down. So now showing 12.58. So Mike Daza, if you don't, like me, I'm done. I don't want to mess up just in case. I don't want to add on to the profit. I guess I could for the day or pull up another account, to be honest. But I'm just done. I've got the David Capablanca coming on, which hopefully you guys are going to come over to Trade the Pool and watch that interview, or I say interview, but that, he'll be on with us today and we'll be asking him questions about his book and stuff. There's the gap up as anticipated there on AIXC, so you could have traded that. I would be trading PFSA, and I'd be going in probably right now, trusting what we've seen today and the halt scanner. I would be going minimum 500 shares. Maybe since I'm up 250, right, or something like that, 200 to 300. But IPST trying to roll itself back on up. So we have SLE looking like it's done today. I will put IPST over here because it is flying. I'll put our play that we traded earlier already, SLE, over here, looking to coil over and possibly go down for even more. PFSA showing 1250s. I would go short. I have 50. Okay, cool. T-Web, good job. How can you tell the gap down with TOS? It is on Zendu, my friend. So we are all using this on YouTube. So click on that. It is a halt scanner we use every single day. He has a bunch. He has like charts up, but he has a halt scanner, and it's always it's just like it's pretty much accurate. And I have another one too as well that someone has made on AIXC's halting. AIXC's about to halt. AIXC's about to halt. There it is. Halted up. That's showing 235 for a resumption price is what I'm going to say. 220. Yeah, it's okay. Now it's 220. PFSA. I'm showing, I got two different ones. I've got a custom halt scanner that I have like developed, and here's this one right here as well. And you can use this, and you guys can check this one out. This is really cool as well. So that literally just is halt scanner. It's nothing but a halt scanner, and it says the INDP open. So the independent open is showing that's showing 1262. Zendu is showing 1242. I would definitely be shorting PFSA right now. It's showing 1243 right now as well. Less than a minute here for PFSA. Less than a minute left for PFSA. All right, here we go with PFSA here. Live. There we go. There's your immediate money. There's your immediate money on PFSA. Baby, baby. Nice. All right. IPST is showing 1075. IPST is showing 10, like essentially no gap up. IPST no gap up. All right, cool. I'm gonna take the break. Taking the break. Ooh, way more reversal here. I'm gonna get the. Let's get the link out for you guys. Let's get the link. Let's get the link for Trade the Pool. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. Bam. TTP stream. How many shares would you recommend on a 25K account? I think you were on a 50K. Yeah. On the 25K, I mean, I usually would do like 250 to 500. I mean, that's pretty much what I've basically been sticking to here recently. I mean, when like we were killing it in late May and early June, I was going up to like 2,000 shares on some trades just because I was so confident in the moves we were getting there. But now it's kind of, to me, gotten back to where I'm like, okay, I don't trust it as much because we have gotten just really halty-ish, really halty kind of update, kind of like this, just real inconsistent. So AIXC though continues to go. Gee golly. So AIXC still continues to go now 230% on the day, taking over from PFSA. But here comes IPST still rolling here. And coiled up is WETO, so WETO could go. But yeah, I would say overall, like, I mean, 250 to 500 if you're feeling confident. If you're, just want to get into trades, and I mean, you could 150 to 200 somewhere in there. Or I should say 50 to 200, maybe 50 shares. Maybe it's just 250, something like that. All right, break time for me. Break time for me. Blowing hairs out of my keyboard, you see. Woo, PFSA, big sell-off there. Big reversal, big sell-off from PFSA. Just going back to yesterday's time chart. Let's see if we can hold high of day from yesterday. That's what we're going to see if we can't bounce off right there, which we just immediately did there. So let's see if the 950, 960 handle holds.
And now take out the 720s, right? Like, I will tell you guys this faster because the key is always knowing things before they happen, right? It's not about after the fact. So I try to give you guys the outlook of what I'm thinking now.
All right, I'm going to take the break for now. I'm going to put on TTP for the time being. Any questions, any stocks you want me to go over, let me know. I'll kind of do a quick little recap real quickly for you guys. Support area right here, right around the 11. So if I'll just put lines in. That way, they're just, you don't even have to, you just have it on the stream. So there's where I'd put a line in. And then you got two down here. You got two at this area. That's going to be your main base support back down off that area. So those would be the two main lines to keep in. Keeping your eye open. Here goes WETO the Cheeto. WETO the Cheeto just popped and then dropped. Be careful with this. AIXC have the mob and IPST. PFSA had it, but now it's a little all over the place. WETO literally just popped, and then as soon as it popped, it dropped right back on down on everybody's heads. AIXC is continuing to go and climb with halting up and really not getting the biggest gap ups. Right now, actually showing a small gap up yet again. So we're getting some small gap ups, nothing big, but this one looks like it wants to go. And just charting-wise, we'll go back and look at AIXC here. And let's see here where this play could go to. Next resistance I see coming up at 265, into the 285 handle. 265 to 285, then again at 325 for AIXC. When I did take a look at large caps, there just really wasn't a lot going on there across the board. SLE just halted down too as well. Should have held on to some shares of that, darn it. Oh, well, I knew that was going to probably dump for more. Had good news though, and that's just the thing. It's just like the one play it does have news before the bell with Bitcoin and investing 130 million of it into it. It's like, dang, XOS just does nothing at today in the bell. But then back over to large caps, it's been a little tighter, and you're going over looking at the SPY, EIO. Just decent moves for the day. AMD and Meta were good out of the bell. I did call for Meta for sure. ARM, was one I liked, maybe possibly out of the bell for a short. It worked okay. Google was one that was right out of the bell, worked, but then it was right back up. And everything else, my point being, is just choppy. Dell had a really good squeeze right out of the bell, but it's just given it back and really done nothing. Just not a fan of large caps overall for the day. It's a little choppier for sure, at least for the first 45. Woo! AIXC halted up again. All right, well, there goes AIXC, halted up again. Now showing a gap up to around 2A. Well, it's coming back down. So, yeah, not seeing too much of a gap up yet again. This one wants to climb. Look for this to get to that 2, and it's there, 265 to 285 handle. And over that, it's going to see 320. AIXC now showing a gap up of 299. So, they're not letting this play run either. So, it's hard to really trade this. You just got to get in with momentum and take the gap and go and get you 20, 30 cents as you can. Already up now 273% on the day. AIXC has a float of right around 20 mils, what it's showing on trade ideas at least. So big move there for AIXC. All right, I'm going to take the break. Here comes Trade the Pool on for you guys now. I'm going to put some levels up. Makes sense. I don't think WETO is done. I would love some. Yeah, I would too. I think WETO is done. I would leave this play alone. I know we got a forever line in here, and that's the one I'd trade is off that 850 high. Movement right there, kind of from yesterday. That would be your movement back on down, maybe off that little lower wicket 875. There's really no lines to put on AIXC. That's just kind of just trash mess. And there's your uptrend channel here for WETO the Cheeto. I mean, that's just pretty much your two lines you'd want to put in there. And then look at that. Look at that. Oh, wow. Look at my lines working out just gorgeously. I don't know if that was already done maybe beforehand. I know it anyway. But boom. That'd be your main line to keep in right there. And then the bottom line has a lot of range to it. You can make some good profit on it. Those would be your main ones. Any last questions about any other tickers you have for me for now? I'm about to come out. What's up?
Someone peed on the phone in the bathroom or in the bedroom.
Oh, are you kidding me? Well, we're halted down now. IPST halted down. IPST halted down. Any questions about any tickers? Is there any ticker you want me to go over? Let me know. I'll go over it real quickly. And if not, I'm taking the break. We're going to put Trade the Pool stream up. We do have David Capablanca joining Money Mitch and Michael Noss. Jesse will kind of probably take a little back seat for the first little bit and just wait for me to really get in there. And I'm going to wait to the top of the hour. And that way, then it's just, essentially when then me and Jesse can tag team them for... And I'm going to just do a little bit of a recap myself on them for the next 15, 20 minutes before I join the stream. All right. PFSA not done. It's all over the place, so be careful, team. If you're green, trade small and trade tight for the rest of the day. Back in just a bit.
That's why the market stopped reacting.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Look at the TLT sign today.
We do have Fed minutes tomorrow, so that could be a little bit of a shake-up, but it's not a report. It's the minutes.
Long NVIDIA here, guys. I wanted the opportunity to get it on the weekly, back towards the low, back toward the trend line. You guys see the trend line here. I'm getting the opportunity. I'm taking the shot. By the end of the week, if we're back through 228, will I be mad that I got a 219? By no means necessary. And I'm pure technical call here off the trend line weekly pullback. This is what I talked about earlier where we had the big bar in NVIDIA, looking for the pullback right back, looking for the reload. Now the big tell sign, the confirmation, will be the cues back through 722s and riding back to 725s. If we're back to 725s by the end of the day, you think all these bears are going to still be, or you think all the bulls are going to still be in this kind of feeling? Yeah. And they're going to be now, you're going to start seeing the people that kind of held into this look for the pullback. Let's see if the cues really starts to rally here. And a tell sign, look for the names that were strong yesterday to come right back into play. ASML, AMAT. These are the names that I want to see if they can come and pick back up, right? Because these were the strong names. And for me to say that, that's hard for me to say right now, right? These stocks are down. right? And most people wouldn't tell you about a stock that's down thinking that it's going to turn around, right? But that's what I'm looking for, the relationship action, right? Marvell. I know you like some Marvell, Jesse.
Marvell, I do. It's down.
I know you like some
6%.
Marvell. I mentioned my new Mag 7, and with the ones that I'm going to be focusing on, right? AMD falls in that group, right? AVGO, your Micron, and on SK Hynix, did we say something about 170 last week? Did we say something about 170s last week? Jesse.
SK Heine.
And that was when we were down here, Jesse. Remember when we were trading this in the 150s?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
I didn't say that when we were on Friday. You know, if I say that on Friday, well, then please slap me. Reach through the camera and give me a good old whack.
I will.
You know what's helping? Guys, is that I've been so stuck in these like this swing trade in Gilead that I'm just looking at the market. And that's years of experience coming through, right? That's what that is. Right? That's no pressure to take the trade and looking at the charts and reading them well. All right. So if technical analysis doesn't work, I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys, but you know, hey, it's how it is sometimes, guys. PFSA next leg up, says Crow. We'll take a look at some penny stock lifters. That's definitely the leading penny stock name. I had saw that. PFSA. And just to mention, we're already up on NVIDIA. But Profusa, definitely high flyer.
I like that one.
What was that name?
Profusa.
Oh,
Profusa.
that's a strong name. The old, that's what I need in my life, is another whatever that is.
Sounds like a Greek.
You haven't hit your Profusa on the floor before, dude?
Yeah, cool.
All right,
it's funny,
guys,
I feel like half these companies are just completely made up at this point.
They are, dude.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have an office, dude. That's why I sometimes check them, right? Like, do they have an office even? Like,
I love
could I
that when
walk
people
into this
go to
company?
like Google Street View and they like find the place and it's like
it's a
rusted
dumpster,
down
right?
shack somewhere behind a Wendy's, and it's like, here you go.
Here it is.
They asked the Wendy's, hey, dude, can I just make like an address next to you, dude? I'm just gonna make something. It's gonna be like, we'll put some property lines by your trash can and we'll just call it an address, dude.
I like that.
Profusa, man, that 15-minute pullback. I like those for these penny stocks, guys. So what I sometimes use, and I've used in the past, is like, and maybe you penny stock traders can tell me how you guys think about this strategy, is a 1 minute MACD cross with a 15-minute 90 MA pullback, right? So you get that 90 MA pullback, and then you look for the 1 minute to be crossed on the MACD. That strategy even got me a funded account with a penny stock challenge right here. So just to kind of give you guys another strategy today, as I try to keep it going, man. Try to give you guys more and more. All right, we'll see what happens there. PFSA and Gilead did pull back a slight bit, right? But holding on, right? So this looks great for me. Maybe even didn't need the run to the cash, but that's okay, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, at some point, you got to pay yourself. You got to give yourself the ability and to think about this in perspective, right, Jesse? I was up 500 on this stock this morning. I just took 500, and I still have half the position, right? So that makes me feel confident that I can let this trade work. And the Qs are coming back, man. We are seeing that trade happen. At this point, I'm ready to just start taking a look to see if the Qs can get back up into this box. We saw the expansion of range, an undercut, and now we're seeing the rally, right? So looking to see what happens there and looking to see if we can get the move that we're looking for. NVIDIA already up, starting to come back there, 220s now, right? I took a smaller position in this. I could have took more. I have like about $6,500, almost $6,006 in this name. But really good trade here on NVIDIA. Already at this point can do this trade works. So, man, that 15-minute pullback, I like those for this, right? This.
I like that.
Profusa, man, that 15-minute pullback. I like those for these penny stocks, guys. So what I sometimes use, and I've used in the past, is like, and maybe you penny stock traders can.
That's a strong name. At this point,
They are, dude.
Yeah.
I don't even through right off the trend line.
in the place.
Man, try to give you guys more and more. That I need to be break even? No, but it gives me the advantage of what? Power off, stress off. And as traders, the number one thing we want is mental capital. When you're doing well, don't ruin your mental capital because you start to push it too much, right? If I start to push this too much and I add there on NVIDIA, and then I get stopped out for a big loss, and I give up $300 of my $1,000 gain, 30% of my gain today, I should be upset. And that's the truth. You're going to be upset, and you should be, because you're giving it back. You're just literally, you took it from the market, they gave you the bill, and you said, oh, well, here, dude, I'm going to tip you back. No, don't tip them back, dude. Take your money, turn around, and walk the hell out of there, dude. You know what I mean? I always talk about trade the pool as everybody's jumping in the pool, and only a few of us are going to get out of this pool today alive. The rest of us are going to leave the money in the pool, and the guys that are getting out of the pool are taking that money from us.
That's right? Money Mitch, hey, we've got a special guest coming on.
We
right
are
now
ready. Are we ready to rock?
We have David Capablanco with us, guys. He is an author. He's a trader. He's been trading for over 11 years. We are super happy to have him on. Let's get him on the show here. David, are you ready to go? It's good to have you on.
I am ready.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going, guys?
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you guys want to talk about?
Let's talk trading. Let's talk your book.
Well, let's introduce you first, right? I don't know if you remember, but I actually we chatted before, David, for trade ideas way back in the day. That was a really cool. That was a really cool time, man. I've been following your work, hanging out with one of the goats, Tom Hogard, a bunch, and cool book out on short selling. So actually, you were the one. From that interview, I remember you teaching, and I took this to heart about how you have like a hiatus on shorting anything from China. You were like, those things
China
get
stocks, man.
you get messed. And I think you told me a story about how that ended badly once, and that was a hard rule on your list there. And I've added that to some of the stuff that I've been doing as well. So I don't know if I got a chance to thank you for that.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I've been run over a few times by those guys, so I talk about it in my book. So my book is Short Selling Master, and you can learn from my mistakes. And the best thing you can do is learn from others' mistakes. Unfortunately, people have a hard time with that. They got to learn from their own mistakes. But if you really make a conscious effort to learn from others' mistakes, you're going to save a lot of money. So, the China stocks, it always pains me to see people have rebuttals on them. It's like they're going to learn the hard way. So with trading, it's got to be less stress, more money. You develop your skills, you compound knowledge, and you get better behaviors, better discipline, and it's more money, less stress. Not more stress, more money. It's like that's a roller coaster. So, it's I don't fight people these days on it. It's like let them find out for themselves. But my stats show it very clearly. You're up millions of dollars and life is good. I don't need the Chinas in my life, man. So I talk about it. I dedicated one whole chapter, chapter 7 in my book, and this is never before shared information. You can't find it. It's not published. People are scared to publish it. They didn't want me to publish it, actually, but I insisted. And I took a risk that the publisher drops me for it. So I shared a lot in there. And, it's like when I share a lot, people don't really understand. But, I went to Dubai. It's in the book. I met with the guy that was held hostage. He was a prisoner in Chinese prison for 2 years. And for investigating a Chinese company. He was a hedge fund. This is based on the China Hustle documentary. I don't know if you guys have seen it. So like I have a close contact with a lot of people from the documentary, and yeah, I talk about the whole adventure that I went to Dubai and met with this guy, and I showed him my spreadsheets on the Chinese Cayman Island stocks, British Virgin Islands, and the whole connections. This is 2023, so things have and I predicted back then it was gonna get worse because the Chinese have no repercussions. So it's just human nature, greed is gonna, why would they stop? And now they've mastered the art of the scam, the Chinese scam. They do the halt spoofs on the bid and ask. They managed a way to get all the borrow fees. If you look at the INHD lawsuit recently, I spoke to the hedge fund that did that lawsuit, which actually worked. INHD actually was T12 halted for two months, and then it unhalted. I think it was squeezing the other day, but yeah, they told me that they had a former employee of one of the investment banks, the underwriters that spilled the beans on how it's done. It's like they get the borrow fee rates because they have like entities like all finagled in the Caribbean and God knows what. So and Cambodia. Anyways, you don't want to. So in my book, the main thing is that you don't want to play chess with the boogeyman. That's what I call it. Chess games with the boogeyman, and they're playing with 3 or 4 queens, and you have all pawns. So it's not a game worth playing. So as traders, we don't want to risk ruin. So in fact, yeah, it's just you never want that 1% chance that you could get T12 halted on, and now your money's stuck. So anyway, but yeah, I talk about a lot in the book. I talk about my strategies, how I use my strategies to form a thesis, a big picture thesis, enter a trade, and then execute. I use anchored VWAP for entries and exits. So I go over everything in there. But what's unique is that people always ask me about my win ratio and stuff. It's like they don't really understand that it's the way I trade is very unique because I'm using research. So all my process has been through research because I started trading with I liked investigating like pump and dumps, and I was attracted to that pattern of the pump and dump. And then also I was attracted to like research, like the Hindenburg research at the, like that. And I've like made it my own. So I have my 9s in the book. I share my 9 core indicator system, and it's just like a pre-flight checklist before a pilot takes off. And that's done. That's like a fast way. Basically, it's like a very fast way to do research on a company. It checks out. Like, I go through the concept of supply and demand and how I use float, outstanding shares, potential supply, institutional ownership, digging through, okay, like I was going through the Chinese ties before anybody was talking about it. Like I go through the insiders, if they're connected to China. This is before AI, 2 years ago. When I was writing the book took me 2.5 years to write. So, and then I'll check the underwriters, see if they're connected to China, their history of bringing stocks in the market, like going through the details of the tiers of underwriters. I think there's a lot of edge there, even for system traders. Like if you can use fundamentals, you can track all the underwriters and figure out a commonality between them. You're gonna have a lot of edge. It's just getting more robust and more, like you're getting in the weeds. So. And that goes with my background with the whole research process. So, yeah, with the book, and what's funny is this morning, in the book I have a section on the meme stocks. When in the beginning, like when I started to have success was 2020 and 2021, and in 2021 was the meme stocks. So. I remember I got like a run over on SLGG, this gaming stock that no one really remembers. So yesterday I held so I'm holding bonus webinars for like the next month for anyone that gets my book, sends me a screenshot on social media. But I was doing a bonus webinar yesterday for like an hour, and in the beginning I was SLE, the stock SLE was going, and so was IPST as it is right now. IPST, that's a borderline nano float, which I don't touch, and it's doing what nano floats do. They squeeze, especially when there's less liquidity the second day. It's a liquidity trap, which I go over in the book as well. But so like when I was going over, SLE popped up, and I'm like, wait a second, Super League Gaming? Wait, that sounds like Superior League Gaming, SLGG, which is in the book. And I said, does anyone? There was like 50 people in there. I said, anyone? They all read the book. They're all excited. They all read the book. They're getting the bonus materials. And I'm like, did anyone get does anyone remember this one, SLGG? And everyone was like, and I said, okay, 1, 2, 3 chances. I stood there for a minute. Nobody, crickets. And and then I made it a point. I was like, everybody needs to read this book multiple times. That's the way to get through it, because like a lot of things are gonna go over your head. It's gonna seem like a breeze through when you read it, because it's a nice book to read. It's a pleasant book. It's meant for all levels, like beginner, intermediate, advanced. You're all gonna get a lot of it. But like to get those lessons in that I learned the hard way, you gotta. Like at first they're like, oh, SLGG was a GameStop sympathy. Oh, nice. Oh, David lost 19,000. Then there's like 200 other pages you read, and then you forget about it. So like you got to go back and read it, because that's where you really got to like cement those lessons in. So like
David,
anyone that says, yes.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm just really curious, especially about the beginning origins of your trading journey. You've been trading for 11 years now. You're a short selling master. What got you to essentially become a bear? I guess how did you become a bear as opposed to a bull? What was that? Was there just, is it based on your personality, what you see in the charts? It's what you like to do. You like to go short, obviously. But what essentially made you go that direction and kind of stay in it, right?
2015. 2015 is when I found out about trading, and I didn't know what trading was. I had no idea. I didn't know what stocks were. I didn't know what a ticker was. I didn't know I know the chart represented something, but like I studied architecture, so I thought it was like AutoCAD or something. I don't know, man. It's like I didn't know what I was looking at. But the movie The Wolf of Wall Street came out.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and it was entertaining, but I had no clue what I was watching as far as stock market. I saw the guy in the yacht. I saw the partying with the midgets. I saw like, it's like that's all. It was entertaining, but I was like, I was into the movie, so like then there was an interest, so I go on Google, and I was like, oh, stocks. Oh, he was bad. I didn't even know he was like that bad, like a bad guy. I kind of knew he was a douche, but I didn't know he was like really like bad, like doing crime and stuff, like with misleading people and like lying to them and stuff. So then I was like, oh, so he's a pump and dump guy, like a con artist. And I was like, oh, so then I just started looking into it. It's kind of like you just get interested. You start looking in the internet when you're bored. And then I was like, oh, so it's a pump and dump. It goes up and then it gets dumped. It's like a mountain. The chart, it's like, oh, it's a pattern. And I was like, and then I started looking into it, and I was like, and then it's like pink sheets. Oh, pink sheets. That's like, it's not NASDAQ. So it's like, it starts with like a spark of an interest. And then I was like, I don't like this guy. It's like, I don't like this stuff. It's like, I'm in school. So then I graduated school, and I had like a mountain of student debt and medical debt. And then I was like, maybe I remembered, like in 1999, I used to be obsessed with fantasy baseball, and the teacher told me in the library, because I was playing fantasy baseball in the library, and the teacher was like, hey, if you did stocks, you'd be rich. What are you doing this fantasy baseball all day long for? And so it kind of like it's just weird how like those random coincidences kind of introduced me to trading. And someone mentioned it while I was at UCLA, something about the marijuana mania at the time, 2016 or something like that. So then I just when I worked at an architecture firm when I graduated in 2016 with my master's, it's just like I decided, like I only worked for a month, and the first check that came in, I was like, this is not gonna work. I gotta pay. I can't survive off this. I gotta do something else. So the only thing I could think of was real estate, and then with real estate, I think like more stock trading stuff came to my feed, Even the algos were kind of pushing things back then. And then I just got interested in just, I didn't know anything else to do actually. So I was like, I need a career with that I can make a lot of money. So I was like trading, and then like short selling. I understood the pattern of the pump and dump. And then I just decided, the market was very overwhelming for me. So I just decided to just master one. And I decided that early on. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to, short selling is cool. It's like, it's cool with me. And the pattern's clear, pump and dump. I'm just going to only short pump and dumps. So pump and dumps, back then it was like OTC pump and dumps. And then like some NASDAQ ones of paid promotions. So I started shorting paid promotions, very small size for like basically nothing, $100, $50, whatever, for like 4 years. And then because I was scared to trade, I didn't have any money to trade, and I was just kind of learning. I just focused on learning a little bit. I didn't even have good study habits. I just study a little bit here, study a little bit there, and I knew I couldn't risk a lot of money. So like when you can't even risk any money, you're not really like trying to trade. So then, but then 2020 came, and 2020 was insane. The volatility, and then like some people in the community that I was at started having a lot of success. Like I'm talking about a few $1,000s to $100,000, or $100,000 to $1 million. And then after that, I was like, I got to give this a shot. Once I saw like the proof right there, like the people I was around in the online, I decided to fund an account over PDT, and the rest is history. So that was a mania, and that was a great time. That was a great decision, because I think if I would have funded earlier, it would have been, the market wasn't as good. The liquidity came after the 2020, like the major liquidity. I think when I first started, it was like very uncommon to have like to make $1 million trading in small caps, especially. But now like it's pretty common. I mean, it's not that common, but like there's a lot of case studies.
Well, the volume's there, right?
Yeah,
and that's
definitely.
That's what's changed, really, right? And then, of course, everyone knows about these. I think it's really interesting what you mentioned a little bit while ago about SLGG, because I actually interviewed Ann Hand multiple times.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so I was a part of Benzinga back in those days, and I was interviewing her.
You were helping to squeeze me.
Ah, there you go. There you go. Back in the days, the articles were getting you.
But what do you think about the frog emoji and the ice cream emoji?
I mean, it was a tell sign, right? I mean, and one thing I kept saying, right, is that I kept hearing how things were getting better in the interview, but then the numbers weren't getting better, right? And I think that you could clearly see that, right? And I think this is a tell sign that I think people can learn from, right? We're always going to have those CEOs that can really kind of speak in an interview and kind of make things sound that much better, but really the numbers can't lie,
man.
right?
I don't know. She was full of it. So like she was a fraud, man. So do you know about the frog emoji and the ice cream emoji?
Yep. Yeah.
So what do you think that was real?
No.
So why were people buying this stock to the moon? Like, so it's a case study to show like groupthink and the herd mentality can like
cult-like mentality. Let's be honest. It's like a cult. And then they attach themselves, and it's almost like it just starts stacking on itself, right? I mean, we talk about a dumb stock here, Michael.
But let's go into it though, because I lost a lot of money on that. Back then, my net worth was like negative 200,000 from student loans, and I lost 19,000 on that stock. But so Ryan Cohen is activist investor. He's not taking over GameStop yet, but he takes a position, and then he posts this. Two emojis on Twitter. He posts an ice cream emoji, a frog emoji and an ice cream cone. And then people are running to figure out what this is, what this means. It's like trying to decipher it. And then somebody comes up. I did a webinar on this yesterday. It's still up on the internet. You can Google it. It's so funny. But now it's funny. But the frog emoji, someone came up, some genius online, a genius said, "Oh, if you look at this LinkedIn profile of Ann Hand, of this gaming stock, and GameStop gaming, Superior League gaming, frog emoji. Ann Hand used to work at Project Frog. In her LinkedIn, it says she worked at some something. No one even knows what it is. Project Frog from like 20 years ago, like 2001. And then he posted an ice cream cone of McDonald's. And then it said Anne Hand worked at McDonald's like in 1997, like when she was like 20 or something like that. Like for, college, like in college, she was working as a cashier at McDonald's. So then someone said, "I got it, guys. Ryan Cohen wants to acquire SLGG. He posted the frog. He posted the ice cream, McDonald's soft serve ice cream, frog emoji, Project Frog. We solved the equation, the differential equation here with the stock. He's gonna buy SLGG." And then like the whole world started buying. This is the environment. They all started buying SLGG. And then Anne Hand, she was a nobody last week. Like no one knew who she was ever. And the SLGG, the headquarters is in Santa Monica. I'm in LA. I took the train to the storefront. It's a storefront. It's like nothing there. At the time, 2020, everything was shut down, and there was homeless people tents all over in front. And then, so like, if you see the reality is completely bogus. And then like nothing ever happened. The stock squeezed for multiple days, came back down, and now they changed their ticker. I go over the change of tickers in the book. It's a red flag. They're trying to reinvent themselves, but really not. It's the same thing. Just they want people to forget. Like for example, I use a software, Ask Edgar. They didn't even catch it. They have a section for ticker changes. Their software didn't even catch it. It's like, so you really have to know, oh, wait a second. This is SLGG, that really bad company. So when, it's really funny how CEOs, they'll try, like, it's a Hail Mary, and they will never let that opportunity go. Oh, she was probably loving it. She was like, wow, this is my time, my 5 minutes of fame. So let me go here. And she's like, CEOs are cheerleaders. Like the reality was there was homeless people camped out in front of her thing, and like Superior League Gaming did they did conferences. That's it. That caused millions and millions of shares to be bought. So there was like a quiet, a quiet before the storm. There was a quiet. Everyone was like, we got to figure this out. And then they felt like
frogs.
Yeah, they're frogs. Ice cream.
The frogs are the story of metamorphosis. Like GameStop going through its transformation. The frog is the final stage of the metamorphosis.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Come on, this is like Pokemon 1 and 2 and 3. This is stage 3, guys.
But it's crazy how the CEO will not let that opportunity go to waste. She was like, I got to get on some podcasts.
You have to jump on it, right? But can you really blame her? I know that the money situation.
That's her job.
But the truth is that she sees something that she can pivot for PR, and she's like, well, I had got nothing to do with McDonald's ice cream, but I guess I do today.
But you should have asked her, when did you work at McDonald's? Because like it wasn't recent. It was like she was supposed to be like 16.
Well, and it's funny.
But what does that mean? What do you think he meant when he posted this?
It's Ryan Cohen, dude. It's Ryan Cohen. I would probably agree with Michael. He was probably stoned.
Probably stoned.
He was probably just stoned at McDonald's and was like, oh.
This caused the stock to go like 1,000% up for like multiple days. It hung up in there. It hung up.
I mean, Elon does these tweets all the time where he'll do some like cryptic tweet, right? I mean,
it's still there. That's exactly. When I saw that, I shorted it in the pre-market, and I was like,
but the ice cream, it's broken here too, man. Does that mean something? Because the ice cream's about to fall out, dude.
I shorted it this morning. I banked on it. It's great. But I got my revenge.
Are always broken at McDonald's. Every time I want one. That's the problem.
Yeah, the soft serve.
Soft serve. We don't have it. We don't have it right now.
Because I think everyone wants to know. It's not, this is an awesome example, amazing example. Of course, it costs you, but how can we get around this so that we can maybe catch these, and then also how can we capitalize on them?
So this is the meme stock mania. You need a full-on mania.
I mean, we just got maybe Wendy's to get a little pop, but it hasn't really happen, right? Have you heard about the Wendy's? What do you think about the Wendy's situation
The
right
Frosty,
now?
it depends on Ryan Cohen how high he gets, you know. So
I don't know. Maybe that's all they need. That's what Wendy's needs. It needs the Ryan Cohen meme to come out.
he needs to put a
So
bear and a soft serve Wendy's ice cream. 2 emojis.
Well, and
Oh,
if you
man.
think all this is nuts, man, you can still go to Twitter and type in $BBBYQ and find a whole group of weirdos that think Bed Bath & Beyond is coming back to make them rich. And this thing went bankrupt like, what, 2-3 years ago at this point, and they're still holding on with like both fingertips going, yeah, it's don't worry, we're gonna be
Have you
rich
seen
one
the
day.
movie Dumb Money?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris
it's-
Camillo,
it's-
Dumb Money.
It's a documentary. Well, it's not a documentary, but it's
Well,
basically
the-
this.
True
Yeah,
story.
People buy it and then they don't know
Yeah.
how to cut the stock, I guess, and they bag hold, and then a lot of times it never comes back, but sometimes it does. So they get rewarded for bad behavior, like AMC, for example. AMC, it kind of came back a couple times since then, like
Yeah.
a couple, like you know. So they do
Multiple
get an
times.
out, but like they get an out like years later, some miracle, and most of the time actually they don't get an out. But it just it just most people lose a lot of money on this. If you saw that movie, like the nurse that bought the stock and like she was up a lot and she's like, I'm gonna hold it. The roaring kitty guy says to stay. We're diamond hands. And then at the end, she's like really depressed because she lost all her money.
He
Did
lost
Casa?
it all right.
This
He
is
held
something
on.
I made in like
So,
5
in a
seconds
day and
on
age when
AI.
we have
In a
this
day and age
on
when we have this, right, and we have AI really coming in with generative AI, do you think that this is just going to continue and could show back up again, or is this something that won't happen anymore? Because I mean, I can make something like this in 5 seconds. What's the next move, right?
Yeah, the mania is always. I say there's an average one like every 5-10 years, like 1999. You had 2008, I guess, for the bear. It's like a bear mania. But so 2020 and 21 were very unusual because that was like back to back. I made a lot in 2020, basically shorting a lot of biotechs that were taking advantage of COVID. That gapped up a lot in the pre-market and then also in the regular hours and just faded all the way back down. But then 2021, I thought that mania was over at the end of 2020. And then 2021, you got the meme stocks. So sometimes, it's just these days the cycles are a lot faster. Even the bear market, like 2020, I guess a bear market, then all of a sudden it's back to all-time highs again.
David, you had mentioned early on, you had some financial struggles just early on. You transitioned from architecture to trading full time. Most people would have quit. What kept you going during the downtimes, during the times when people when things were against you and you were having those financial troubles? What kept you going?
I had no plan B. I burned the boats. So chapter 1 in the book is burning the boats. I have a painting in front of me. The other side of the wall is Hernan Cortez. I actually deleted my architecture portfolio when I in the beginning when I was like having a hard time. I just kept thinking of I came in this to really treat it like a serious profession to learn, and I guess I don't quit. I discovered something that's real and you can really make money from it. So if you treat it with rigor and you like. For me, it was like going to architecture school or going to like trading school. I was approaching it like that. And what kept me going? Yeah, it's I just had no other. I had no plan B. I had no plan B. So I think a lot of people quit because they give themselves an out. And it's like with any entrepreneur. You ever seen that image of the entrepreneur digging through a cave or whatever, and then he quits right before he strikes gold?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
a lot of people. That's entrepreneurs in general. So, usually the hard times. I was watching Elon Musk a short video of him the other day, and like I saw how like SpaceX was like a week away from going. No, Tesla was a week away from going bankrupt at one point, and then they made it out of it. I think SpaceX had like this last rocket too. So he's like, and then they were about to go, kaput, and then it's like. So it's like that's just a journey of an entrepreneur, and like traders are entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So for me, I had no other plan B. But however, it's just if you really believe in something, you believe you could do it, just you don't give up. But at the same time, you have to be very careful not to risk ruin.
Mm-hmm.
I think with trade the pool, what you guys are doing, like it's like you're giving people like the risk management side, so like that helps the longevity.
Yeah,
So,
for
but yeah,
sure.
it's just sticking around, surviving your learning curve. Because there was some times in the beginning where if I would have blown up a little too much, I don't know if it would have been like a Chinese stock. If I would have run into a Chinese stock, and then my account goes super negative, and there is no trade to pull, and like I don't even know, I don't think you guys existed back then. So then I'm just gonna be negative in my accounts, So, but trade the pool, I don't think it could. I haven't looked too much into it, but I don't think there's that kind of risk with trading with trade
Yeah,
the pool.
yeah.
So that's great. That's great, man. Hey, how's it going? How's Sure, let's do it.
There you go. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great question, man. That's something that only like a architecture major in school and college understands, because like it is rigorous. So I'm glad you asked that question, because I learned I brought my work ethic from as an architecture student, especially not as an architect, because I didn't work in the architecture field for too long, but I worked a lot as a student. I went to school for almost 10 years for the bachelor's and the master's. But yeah, architecture school is a very strenuous. You got to do a lot of all nighters, making physical models, digital models. You got to like really think the about everything. The case studies. It's rigorous. I'm glad you brought that up, man, because like yeah. So these days, about a few times a year, I'll go to Gainesville and I'll give lectures in the architecture school and the physics school and math and stuff, mathematics. Even the quant club, I gave a lecture there too, but especially the architecture school, because and in my book I mentioned it too. I give them a shout out because like the architecture work ethic, they call it studio culture, of like going deep into the projects and staying there till 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, sometimes sleeping in the studio. uh you know it's just like that was the culture of the studio culture. I think these days they kind of softened it up in the University of Florida. They don't let the kids stay in the studio that long because it's like I don't like child labor or something. I don't know. but but yeah. But in the so in the serious architecture firms, it's like that too. It's back, especially back in the day with the physical models. I think these days you got 3D printers and laser cutters and all that. But and that was starting to happen when I was in school in my master's program. But back in the day, like you see the old the architecture people's like, drawing by hand, all these crazy drawings. Like imagine a 100-floor building you got or more. They get to draw it by hand, like that's and it There's no erasers. It's all
Did you have a
10 and 8.
favorite architect? I wanted to ask you this because I like architecture. I never got into it, but I did read a lot of books about famous architects. So did you have someone
Yeah,
that you really liked?
I do. I like these days. I used to like Frank Gehry and Morpheus's Tom Main, which I went to my master's program to study under them. They got like the highest awards in architecture. These days, I guess I'm getting older, man. I like just a regular mid-century modern. I like Richard Neutra, Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yeah.
I even like some Japanese stuff, Tadao Ando. Like, in the architecture world, people know those names, but like, Frank Lloyd Wright, everyone kind of knows. That
Everybody
one's,
does. Yeah.
Falling Water and all that. Just a classic.
I
But
live in a mid-century modern home that's stylized after a Frank Lloyd Wright home, so it's I love the mid-century modern.
yeah, that's awesome, man. I was looking at, actually, I like John Lautner a lot. Do you guys know John Lautner?
I don't.
But anyway, there's a lot of his houses here in LA for sale. Also, Frank Lloyd Wright has a lot of houses in the southeast. You could buy them. Like he designed them during the Depression in the
Yep.
30s to be like
That's right.
affordable, and they're still like they're not cheap, but it's attainable. They're good. They're all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Yeah, just student debt, man. The good old American
Sure.
student debt, So and medical debt, combination. I had a brain operation while I was in graduate school for a tumor, and not only was that costly, but like it postponed my school, and they put me in like fake classes, so I stay in the program to keep the medical insurance. It was like a double, like a what do you call it, like a double-edged sword, double whammy right there, catch 22. So I was like, if I'm not in the school, then I don't have insurance, and then my bill becomes like $1 million bucks or more, because of the brain operation. I was in the hospital for like 3 months, but if I'm in the ghost classes, I'll get like a couple to a few $100,000 of student loans, but I'll have medical insurance. So it's like lesser of the evils. But I had to continue. It delayed my school. On top of that, like 2 more years or 2.5 more years. So, but like I'm thankful for it though, man. I'm thankful because first I'm alive, but mostly because if it wasn't for that kind of amount of student debt, I don't know if I'll be trading. I loved architecture. I would probably just been a 9-to-5 architecture guy in a lot of debt. Maybe a lot like 100,000, 200,000 of student debt and just paying that off little by little forever. Rather than like if I have an extreme amount of student debt, it's like okay, I'm gonna this is too much now. I got to do something about it. So like it forced me to find something that's a high income skill, because architects they're not paid very well in my opinion, and actually, architects, they might not be needed as much in the future with AI and stuff now. So there's too many architects. That's why they don't get. So the market is always supply and demand. So the reason why architects will never talk about this, because they're not really aware. But I know, because I'm a trader. It's like there's just too many architects. That's why they don't get paid. That's why they get paid $70,000, $80,000. They don't get paid like.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's just, yeah, there you go. Yeah. That makes complete sense. It's all supply and demand, man. It's all supply and demand. And there are star architects, they call them star architects, but like I noticed that they come from either like their family of architects that just like they inherited the firm, and also they didn't have student debt. They can like invest in they knew how to go about business. But me being buried in so much debt, I got to pay that off before I can even think about starting a firm. And I don't even know anything about business. So at the time, especially, so how am I going to go about it? So I decided I was going to go try real estate, and I signed up for a real estate class. I was in there for like 2 weeks. And then I learned about trading, and decided to do trading was more attractive to me. I could do it on my own and just learn the skill. It's a high income skill. As far as like real estate, you got to learn about marketing. You got to cold call, door to door, and it's like a hustle, and it's a grind. But
Did you find early success when you started trading, David? Was it one of those things where you were just super attracted to the markets and you got in, you jumped in, and you had just an ounce of success right away, and that just kept you going?
Yeah.
Or was it just like,
question.
I don't get this, but I want to get this, and I'm going to stay in this thing long term?
Yeah, very, very good question. So I've always had a high win ratio in shorting, and it's not on purpose. It's just I was just so highly selective. I only stuck to paid promotions. I liked that I was shorting pump and dumps. It drove me. I felt like I was doing justice, so on the bad guy, like the Wolf of Wall Street, even though it was just a tiny bit. And I used to be part of this message board online. It's like old school, like boomers in there. It was investors hub. It doesn't even like do anything anymore. It's like old school. It's still boomers, boomer town. And a lot of these people, they really believed in these paid promotions, and I would get in arguments with them, and I would get really into like, no, this is a paid promotion. It's a pump. It's a scam. But they would really buy into these like paid promotions, like the flyers and the cold calls of like the like old school of like the Wolf of Wall Street. And so that drove me to learn. But when I did short, I remember I shorted back then. Interactive Brokers was a $10,000 minimum. It's not that anymore, but this is like back then. And I had a success like 8 shorts in a row, and I thought, I was like, man, this is like, I found it. This is the way. And then I lost like 20% of the account in one trade, and I got so scared. And I was like, this could be really bad. I need to really learn. And then I pulled the money out of the account, and I just I went back to how I was doing it. But I did have a taste of like, okay, I'm on the right track. These are a lot of scams on the market, or bad companies, borderline scams. And I know the end game. So that was clear to me. I was like, I guess got to be very selective. Pick the scammy companies that are just on the market. They have no product. They're doing promotions. The pattern is clear, especially at the time. These days we have a lot of algorithms that are squeezing stocks left and right. But back then it was like slow motion. I think that and I learned on my own. I didn't have there was no trade the pool. There was no webinar like this or podcast. There's nothing, So like, for me, at that time, that was very beneficial to see everything like slow motion. So like level 2, it's like watching clothes dry. So yeah, now it's crazy, man. It's like things are flying everywhere. Which there's more opportunity now. It's liquidity, so you can make some serious money now. So it's an opportunity.
Maybe we.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. PRED. In that, I shorted this many times, and I would like talk about it, my thesis in that bag holder chat, the Boomer Town, and Nate from Hindenburg Research would scour that message board. He saw me, and like he would like, I didn't know it was him. He reached out to me later, and he would be like laughing at all my posts because I was going hard on these boomers, but but they really were. But poor guys, man, they lost their money. But like I would get really into it, and like I remember I got a lot of lessons out of that. Like I saw it was an OTC stock, OTC stock, PRED, a biotech out of Utah, and it went exponential. And Hindenburg Research started with OTCs, exposing it, like a couple of them. So it's like everybody starts somewhere, even Hindenburg Research. And now they disbanded. It was they got so big, they became a target. But yeah, Nate reached out to me, and we have somewhat of a relationship. And yeah, I sent him my book, a signed copy, but thanking him for his work. But yeah, so that one stood out to me. I saw my biggest win on that one. I remember the CEO. He took a tour at Nasdaq, and he took a photo like, "Hey, I'm in Nasdaq." You remember it's an OTC stock, so he walks into Nasdaq. Anybody can go to Nasdaq. You just take a tour, and then like he put the photo on X or Twitter, and then the stock started going hard, like started going, and then I shorted that one little by little. I didn't know too much about timing back then. Like right now, I use anchored VWAP, and I use the first 5-minute red candle with the body to enter. Like I'll look for specific things to enter, to not not to get blindsided in the front side of the move. But back then, the way I did it was I just sized in really small, and then by the time, like I had I guess it was a decent size for my account at the time, very small account, and I remember the stock crashing, and eventually, over time, I kept shorting it over and over, and it got delisted. So that was like one where I just traded that stock only for, man, I think I traded only that stock over and over and over again for like 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, so you see, that's but you see, like for when you're new, you can't afford too many mistakes. So I saw this is like the golden cow right here, So I just kept attacking it. Oh, I wasn't yeah, I knew I had a lot to learn because I would see those reports from Hindenburg. I was like, I got a lot to learn. There's a lot of stuff in here. And then on top of that, trading day to day, like I didn't know that much. I just knew that stock is a scam. That's all I knew that, and I knew like this thing is because these things even back then they would go 600% up over multiple days. So how do you time that? So I didn't know enough. So I just kept trading small, and also I was scared. I was so scared to trade anything else. So like I knew I didn't know anything. So I just knew, like, I was excited to learn about it though. Like I had a taste. So I just kept small until the clear mania of 2020. So that was 2016. So it's 4 years I didn't make that much. And then 2020, 2020, like that was I didn't even want to like fund my account or anything. I was kind of comfortable with learning, and I still was scared. It's like I was like, I got a lot more to learn. I still felt I didn't know that much, but the mania was just calling. Like that was a crazy mania, and I saw people I knew having a crazy amount of success. So I was like, this is the time. The time is now. This is because I had studied history, 1999, Tulip Mania, South Sea Bubble, Roaring Twenties. It's like I was like, this is like every decade, every 5-10 years, you get a mania. Especially the last big one was 1999. So I was like, and then we had the Weed Mania 2017 or something like that. I saw that. And I was like, okay, this is a real mania. This is like this. You couldn't deny the 2020 mania,
Yeah.
So especially
yeah.
off the biotechs. And then 2021, that was even crazier. Yeah, it's been a long time. It feels like yesterday. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, congrats, Josh.
Yeah, so the win rate comes with just being highly selective and just going through my process and not breaking my rules. But so for a beginner, you got to have a hard stop, even just whatever. I like to choose a dollar amount that you can recover within 2 to 3 days. So in a beginner, I know when I started, I didn't even have a skill to trade. Right? I was learning, but I was like, I'm just gonna lose $100. By the way, $100 of a $2,000 account, that's a lot. But I felt that it was okay because I can drive Uber for $100 if I need to. So if I lose $100, I don't have the skill to make $100, not yet. Because if I try to, I don't know what I'm doing. But however, I can drive for $100. So that's how I did it. I was like, okay, I can just refund $100. It's more work I gotta do. But hey, this is what I'm doing. This is the way I'm managing it now. And it doesn't have to be $100. It could be $50. So sometimes I would do $50. I would acknowledge that with myself. I was like, I don't know if I want to drive. Back then, $100 it means like 10 hours of driving. So I was like, I'll
Right.
just do 5 hours today. 2016 and 17. Actually, I'm exaggerating. No, it felt like a 10 hours, but it probably wasn't because it paid better back then. It. It's like $30 an hour on average, I think. Yeah,
Anywhere
I,
you want to go.
it felt like 10 hours, but no, it's probably just a few hours. If you pick the right times, you can get $100. It's back then. I don't know about now, but yeah, we did the Uber back then. Yeah, I did it Lyft too. But yeah, so these days, or like I just like to do. I still the same concept. Whatever you can recover in 2 to 3 days, and if it also has to get class. These days for me, it's an extra step. It's like an A setup, B setup, C setup. So an A setup doesn't happen too often. It's maybe like 10 times a year. So for those, I'm willing to risk more. So it depends on like if my entry was good and everything. So I classify an A setup a certain way, and this is how much I'm willing to risk. A B setup, this is how much I'm willing to risk. C setup is like a scalp. I'm not willing to risk too much. It's just like, I'd give it a quick. It's just like, it's not a good trade, but it's like a scalp. It's like maybe the stock fits all my criteria, but it's not up enough. It's only up 15% or something. I don't even like that. So I might put it on. If it doesn't work in my favor, I just take it right off. But so that I'm willing to be like really. That shouldn't go anywhere near a stop. So just like it works in my favor right away, or it doesn't, I just take it off. Yeah, it's just like that exactly. But you gotta really know. You gotta stay to your uh, whatever's you said was a ace your stop for an A or B or C, or if you give yourself that 2 to 3 day number that you can recover. What separates the pros from the regular Joes out there that don't know what they're doing is you sticking to it. So you have to stick to it. Uh, Stick it out. Survive your learning curve. Just compound knowledge 1% a day. It's like just because you're not making money doesn't mean you're not compounding or doing the right things. So I didn't make money for 4 years. Um,
Right.
yeah, that's exactly it. You just nailed it. So it's like people go to school to become a doctor, lawyer, architect, or whatever it is, 4 years plus, and then they want to make money in trading within 6 months, a year. So it's like it's a whole mindset. So it's like I approached it like going to school again. So, or so it's just like it's a lot of startups don't make money for a while. I think we talked about Uber. Uber didn't make money for a long time too. I think they just started making money like a couple years ago. So
W-
it's just
I,
part of the game. Sure.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to ask him a question about his book. When did you?
Nice.
Absolutely. When did you get the inspiration to write a book, David? Was it one of those things where?
Nice. All right, what was that?
But first, here's our little intro. No, I was just going to ask you, when did you get the inspiration to write a book? Was it one of the? There's a lot of books in the market. I'm a reader. I love books. I'm always trying to read a book about the markets or somebody's biography about how they got into trading and stuff. What was there? Was there a general inspiration that came, and you're like, hey, I'm really good at short selling. I've had this trajectory of success in my life. This would be a really good opportunity for me now to sit down and write a book. And also, in conjunction with that question, how long did it take to write it? Did you work on it for a few months, a few years? What was the time?
Yeah, no, it took 2.5 years, but a lot of like 5-6 hours a week. But anyway, I started. So when I first started learning trading, the first thing I wanted was books. I was in graduate school at UCLA, architecture, and I had access to the business school, Anderson library, the Anderson School of Management library at UCLA, and I went in there looking for trading books. Couldn't find any, and especially short selling. Couldn't find any. So there was like 3 books that I read on short selling. They're all outdated. They're not like modern at all. Um, and I always had in my mind, I was like, why aren't there any books in short selling? Especially it doesn't exist for small caps. It just doesn't exist. And short selling, this is like the only modern book that I wrote is like the only modern one. And then also I read the Market Wizards over and over. I read the whole series, and I've had Jack Schwager on my podcast 3 times, and like I always had in my mind, I was like, I want to write of like something like the Market Wizards. And there's a chapter in my book where like I was in an office in Puerto Rico, and they didn't want me to do the podcast there because it was causing commotion with the podcast. Like I was doing the podcast in the middle of the day in the office, and I told the guys, like, I'm not going to stop. I aspire to be a market wizard. I want to write the Market Wizards. Like I want to write books like them, like Jack Schwager. So I always had it in my mind like that there was no books out there in shorting, and like, why isn't there? And then but it didn't cross my mind to write one until like I had so much success, and then like I started running out of things to do. Like I started a podcast. I've traveled everywhere. I bought the things that I liked. I was like, I want to do a project. Oh, a book, but like it's not easy, man, to crack the book industry because I didn't want to do it. I was if I had to self-publish it, I would self-publish it. But I didn't want to just self-publish it and sell like a few hundred copies. I was like, I want to go for like the top publisher. So then I had to get in the whole writing world of like literary agents and figure it out. It's like trading. You got to figure it out and get in the whole industry and writing proposals and manuscripts. And it was tough. I can even start a publishing company now if I want. I know so much. But I always wanted to write. When I realized there's no short selling information, I was like, why isn't there a book? It's like, you know what? I'm gonna write this book, and I'm gonna do it right. And I did a whole manuscript. I did the literary agent, the proposals. I submitted to like all the big 5, I think, the big 5 publishers. And you never hear back, and it's just like training. You don't give up. I was like, no, this book is good. Like, I even hired like some editors to help me edit it and some to help me do proposals. It's costly. You need to be a trader making good money to do this. So,
is there an audiobook version of it?
There's everything.
You got everything. Okay, good.
So
good.
I cracked the door open, and I got into the top publisher, Harriman House, and that's when Harriman House is the top publisher of finance. So they got under their publishing company, they have Jack Schwager, they have Tom Hogarth, they have The Psychology of Money. That's like the top seller. Psychology of Money sold like 15 million copies worldwide. So like I got in the door. I was like, wow, okay, finally, like where there's a will, there's a way. I don't know how I got in there, but I got just being persistent, just like trading. You just don't give up. And I was like, I was gonna self-publish this thing. It would have cost more money, by the way, to self-publish it, and I would have probably had less of a, of a big machine behind me, So it worked out extremely well, and I you know, it's just a power of just not giving up, man. But yeah,
the
it took a
self
long time. Took
se-
3 days a week. I was 2 to 3 hours a day, 3 days a week writing the book.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, self marketing is timely. It's extremely expensive if you're just going to self publish it. So to have that publishing house behind you pushing your book is a huge asset to just being
Yeah, absolutely.
get it mainstream, right?
Yeah, and so for my first book to go like that, it's just I think the lessons I brought, like, we as traders got to develop a lot of strong qualities, and like especially not giving up and stuff, and just being persistent to just stick around. I think I brought that towards the publishing. I was like, I'm gonna do my best. I'm not giving up, and I kept attacking like emails, proposals, God knows what. This guy, I got a connection with this one, with a literary agent here and a literary agent there, and they don't like the book. I got shot down by the book, just like Harry Potter. All these stories, I
Sure.
had the same experience, you know. So, and you know, it's like, but I knew my book was good. It's like I'm a good trader, and like, and I short sell, and like there are no short selling books. So why don't they see what I see? It's like, so I'm not taking, when I get shot down with the book, it's like they just don't know what they're talking. Like, this guy doesn't know about trading. He knows about best-selling books of like Harry Potter, but he doesn't know about like short selling. So like I just kept pushing, and like I knew it was gonna work. It's just like, it's just a matter of time. Like, do I just want to just self-publish this and get this out the way, or do I want to do this like big time? Because like they helped me do they did the cover art. The cover's beautiful. They did the audio. They got the design, the formatting of the chapters, a team of editors to make sure everything is pristine. Yeah. It's top notch. Nice. Get Yeah, so it's an audio too. Audio, I listened to the audio like 3 times already. It's really good. But the key highlights, you're gonna learn strategies. I share my strategies of, like, for example, patent news. I have a whole section on patent news, how to capitalize on that, how I enter and exit trades using anchored VWAP. I explain that in detail. And then I go over a lot of fundamental concepts that are very hard for people to understand, but I have it in stories from my experiences. So it's like you have context with the lessons. So for example, my favorite chapters are chapter 4 and chapter 7. So chapter 4, I actually, the other day I started here in Los Angeles. I gave it to someone that does screenplays, and I'm gonna try to make that into a movie. So yeah,
Nice.
that's my next project. Uh, yeah, we got to do it, man. You know, yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about it for sure. But chapter 4 is the time that I went to Colombia, in the country, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the Amazon over there, and exposed a marijuana company. I
Wow.
took a motorcycle up the
Nice.
mountain, and with the pen camera, I had a camera right here, encountered the cartel. You know, so it was there's no Wi-Fi. Yeah, basically in the
Right.
book, that's
And they'll
so.
also show you how to short stocks as well.
Yeah, I almost died doing that, but that was for a short report.
Dang.
So I got like evidence, and we put a position on the stock, and the stock, it crashed. But yeah, that was something that like I wouldn't do again. But
Yeah.
but that's chapter 4, and I explain like lockup expirations, underwriters, dilution, selling pressure. You know how, like, when uh lockups expire, there's like that waterfall selling of the investors that got pre-IPO, the underwriters, the nefarious individuals. It's a pump and dump, and you got short sellers and bag holders selling. So it's all this selling waterfall. So like, I explain like these concepts like that, and also supply and demand. So it's like the book is meant for all levels. Like my mom loves it. Uh, Beginners, they're loving it. Got a lot of nice reviews. And then also advanced traders. I have some friends that are 7, 8 figure traders, and they're like, wow, like they're brushing up on their anchored VWAP. They weren't privy to that because everyone's trading on off of regular VWAP. They're not using really. Very few people in small caps, especially, are using anchored VWAP or like patent news. Why is patent news? The majority of patent news released in the after hours. So I go over how like that's a Hail Mary pump job from the CEO. How patent news is yes. Yeah. So in a nutshell, I use it on Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim does it automatic. It has a setting. You just throw it on there. But it's which trading view is an extra step. It's you gotta anchor it to a news catalyst or volume. So for me, it's just like it's just a lot easier. But the concept is the same. So like you anchor it to a certain point where there's volume and a catalyst, and you use the top deviation to short and the low one as a cover target. That's basically it. But a lot of times in small caps, the stocks are so extended that it's hard to cover at the bottom. So you just cover around VWAP or a little bit under VWAP. But basically, the main thing is that you're gonna get a lot better entries if you see that top deviation. That's now it's starting to get extended. Like you can get it because I know when I first started, we just used VWAP, and then like it would things would just pop a little bit above VWAP, 10% or so, and then retrace like a mean reversion. These days in small caps, they go a lot more than 10% up off of VWAP. They just straight up. Yeah, I'm looking at my charts now, seeing a few of them. It's like, so, but if you have the anchor VWAP there, you get get a better read. And and then combining that with the 5 minute candles. So I'll see like the first 5 minute stretchy red candle. It's like going back to architecture. Architecture is not an exact science either. It's a creative field where like I remember like when I was in architecture school and as a junior architect in the real world, I didn't really use a ruler all that much. I would just eyeball a lot of things, or I'll just use anything that's straight. I'll just use it as the trace over, you know, So it doesn't have to yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just so with trading, it's like that too. Nothing is like really really exact, you know. So it comes in handy just to be like that kind of like be flexible a little bit. So like but anchor VWAP and the 5 minute red candles. That's how I enter and exit.
Mm.
Oh, the China Hustle. So that's going to be another movie documentary, China Hustle Part 2. Have you guys seen China
Ooh, I
Hustle?
like
So
that.
yeah, that one is I explain the whole. These days you can't just tell people, hey, stop trading China stocks. People are like they always have rebuttals. Oh, this guy, they come up with their own projection. So like I go through a whole chapter there of everything I know about Chinese stocks, which is very extensive. I have a lot of contacts in that world, in the short report world, and also from the China Hustle documentary, the China Hustle one, and basically the chapter is called Chess Games with the Boogeyman. So it's like when someone has no rules, but you have all the rules, you're at an extreme disadvantage. So I don't want to play those games, so like the whole thing is about longevity. Um, it's great that you guys at Trade the Pool, like, you guys have risk management pretty tight over there because it's not the people's money. But like people that are trading their own accounts like me, is like it could be disastrous if you trade something and it, does something weird, and all of a sudden you can owe the broker a lot of money. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it could be yeah. So with the Chinese stocks, they halt it, and it can gap up way more than the halts. So, and then they can T12 halt it, and the T12 halt can be for months, and your account bleeds out on the borrow fee. So, so it's just like they've mastered the craft of the manipulation, and I don't want anything to do with it. So, I went as far as like going to Dubai to meet the guy that got released from Chinese prison after exposing a Chinese scam. So like, it's I mean, it's no secret anymore. But when I was writing the book in 2 years ago, that was like a subject people weren't convinced yet. Oh yeah, now it's like everyone's convinced that, oh yeah, this is obvious manipulation. It's just the thing is, you never want to risk ruin. But yeah, I explain all that in the book through the narratives of like the China hustle, me going to Dubai, my losses with Chinese stocks. I've suffered significant losses, $150,000 loss, a $60,000 loss, a $100,000 loss. So it's like obvious that like my biggest losses come from that. So it's like I just canceled them out. So it's like you got to learn from my mistakes, and that's the whole thing, learning from others' mistakes so you don't make those mistakes. So
Right. Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
I always had an idea I always wanted to write a book, and it's like a legacy, and it's like I'm still these days. I feel like I'm running out of things to do. Cars don't really move me. I thought about buying a McLaren a couple years ago, and I was like, in LA, the insurance companies left, and I was like, I'm not gonna have a car with no insurance, and I like to travel. The car's just gonna sit there. So it's like, what do I invest in? And I was running out of things to think about, and I was like, oh, a book. There's a book. The way I wanted to do it is very costly up front. And I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I'm not in the writing industry or in book and publishing industry. So I invested in that project. And then the next one, I was like, I wanted to do the movie, like, for example, China Hustle and then the Columbia one. But I was like, the book needs to come first before the movie. That'll make it, just like the Wolf of Wall Street, that was a book first, and then they made it into a movie. So I was like, this makes sense. So it's like, I always had it in mind to do a book. I didn't know of what. When I first was writing the book, it was more of a memoir, because like the journey of my trading is like, when we as traders or anybody, we're not writers and publishers or whatever. The first thing when we think about a book, we're thinking about like our experience, like want to like write a book about like our journey or whatever. And that's how I wrote the book. There was 3 rewrites. So the first one was like a memoir. It was really good. I still have it. It's awesome. But then when I got signed to Harriman, they're like, okay, you need for us to be a bestseller, it's got to be, you lead with the strategies and then your story comes with it. Then like I married the two. So it's like, it explains the strategies even better of how I developed them. So, but like, that's how I wanted to do a book. And, now that I'm I'm an author now. It's done, the first one. Now I can write books forever. I'm an author, So like, I know how to do it. It's a lot easier. It's like trading. You got the skill now.
Exactly.
So, but I want to do a movie next, so.
Yeah. Well, some of the best movies, as we all know, were based on books first. So
yeah. Exactly.
I'm sure that'll eventually come for you, David. The chat has been very lively. Most of everyone in the chat they already knew who you were before you even got here, of course, and they have been cheering you on and asking really good questions and things.
Thanks, guys.
Where for those who don't have the book yet, where can we find it? Where is it at, and how can we purchase it? And how can I get a signed copy?
Yeah, you're gonna get a signed copy for sure. You guys, Josh too. Amazon has it, and yeah, those that leave a review on Amazon, I got webinars going on for the next month, daily. Just send me a screenshot on Instagram or X. But yeah.
And is your Instagram and if we could, is your Instagram handle and your X?
Yes.
What is it just your name or?
My name, but also it's reverse long on both. So the opposite of a long is a short, right? So reverse long. So reverse long is the username. shortsellingmaster.com if you want to see the website of the book, but it's just on Amazon, Short Selling Master, and anywhere you get books. But Amazon, like it gets a lot of, you can write reviews there and stuff, so it's much appreciated. But the audio is great. I really recommend. Actually, I like to get physical and audio, but like either one is good. And yeah, man, I'll send you guys a signed copy.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that would be great. It's been a pleasure, David.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Friendly Bear podcast, and I got a YouTube channel also. I've been doing like some higher production stuff now. Now that I know how to do it, it's David Capablanca on YouTube, Friendly Bear. So yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, for sure. Oh, there you go. That's it right there. Colombia.
Perfect.
We're gonna visit the
Perfect.
cartels. Yeah, it's like there's always
Who
one,
is
man.
that?
There's always.
There's always the jerk. There's always the jerk.
I'm surprised. Yeah, there's always one. Tom Hogarth for Best Loser Wins. He told me his first review was published like 5 minutes after the book came out. It was 1 star.
Oh, oh. The guy
The
didn't
first
even read the
review.
book. He just gave him a 1 star, right?
Yeah.
He didn't even read it.
Yeah, both of them, man. The legends. Yeah. Yeah. Over the years. Yeah. Since 2021. Yeah. So 5 years.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
David.
Bye.
See ya. Yeah. They asked some good questions along the way. We obviously had a ton to ask him and a ton to talk to, but they were very lively and they really took to him. So that's really great. It's really great. Dude. Right. Sure. You're gonna do it, man. You're gonna, or you could get that audio book, or you could do it.
Introduction. In Short Selling Master,
Yep.
I address
I do a. I do. I personally, as a narrator, I do. Most of my clients are on Audible, so I work through their platform. I was kind of hoping he hadn't done the narration portion of it, but it's good that he already has it. That's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Dang. Reminds me of that American Made movie with Tom Cruise when they were remember that? Like, when he was saying that, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that's kinda like the Tom Cruise movie." Right, it's markets yeah, you were correct. Yeah, it's based on a true story. Sure. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Sure, sure. I think you're so good at doing your audio clips, Josh. Just an idea here, but you know, I'm sure you have a book or two in you at least. But you're so good at doing the audio things. I almost think you could almost dictate your book before you even technically sit down to write it. Do you know what I mean? Like giving ideas to yourself about okay, you know what I mean? Like cuz you just do that already so well with the stocks. I feel like you could do that even in a memoir type of book or any kind of book you were to write regarding stock trading. Yeah. And there's not enough let's be honest, there's really not enough really great stock trading movies. Of course, we all know there's The Wolf of Wall Street, there's Wall Street, there's Dumb Money, you know, there's like there's and there are a few. Yeah, A Big Short, of course, but, like, there's nothing I don't know, there's just not much in our world either of, like, small, lar the dumb money people, at least, the people that are on our side, not the heavy people. There's not enough retail trading movies. There's, like you said, there's The Big Short. Those are all great films, but, man, it'd be cool to see something in our kinda world, in our sphere of what we're doing, right, and done well. Boiler Room Tack, right? Yeah. Exactly. It's not just sitting in front of a stock chart, you're adding a real story, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, sure. Little Hollywood aura, little Hollywood aura. The Perfect Storm, Perfect Storm? Yeah. Willie that'd be sweet. Yeah, Willie Hayes's comment, I love this. A movie of short stories about short sellers wearing shorts? Willie! There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah. That's right. Courtney's been eating sandwiches, she's pregnant and everything, but all I hear is your voice going, "Sandwiches, sandwiches." Mm, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lineless and Josh is limitless. Lineless and limitless. Ooh, yeah. My gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Skokie. Well, I'll be back for earnings. So, yeah, it's been a good one. That was a great show. Great to have David on. Unbelievable. Dang. Well, I'm happy you're safe. I'm happy everything's good where you're at, brother. See you guys. Boom. Absolutely. That was fun, man. Good guy. He was a good guy. Is he someone that you've met before or you had a connection with? Oh. Oh, yeah. Sure. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Well, the chat loved it too. I think we'll have to look at the numbers and see if anything spiked up or whatever, but I feel like bringing in somebody that already has a following, a lot of people in chat, you probably saw it too, they were all like, "Oh," they were naming his podcast, they knew who he was. That definitely is a really good strategy to continue to grow. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely will help us a lot, for sure. I like that. I like that. Yep. No problem. Just started talking to him. I've done tons of interviews in my past with other podcasts and stuff. It was fun. It was a good time just chatting with the guy.
Okay.
So,
So
all right.
Josh,
Thank you, Ayush.
thanks guys, thanks. Josh, can you just push Marco for the reels? Let's try to get them out by tomorrow. We have a lot of content. We have a lot of content to post with David, right? I have sent the timestamps out. Let's just push Marco to get them out by tomorrow. Perfect, perfect. Thanks, Josh.
All right, I thought I had my mic on the whole time. That's my bad, guys. That's my bad there, guys. I didn't mean for that to happen. Let me get some jams on for you guys. Just back on the mic. Let's see here. On mic. Do this real quickly. T Web, quick question: what scanner do you use for pre-market going into market? I just use Stock Rocks, so I just use these guys right here on YouTube. I just need a top gainers board. I could just use thinkers or trade whatever. I could create my own, right? I just need what's the top gainers on the day up percentage wise, and then from there I'm looking at the volume, looking at a little bit of the news, and then just looking at chart after that. Hey, sorry. Yeah, that sounds perfecto. And yeah, just like yesterday, I'll send you a video of the front line, the straight line winds. It was nuts. Like it hit our house out of nowhere. We had to like go outside and get like some of our outdoor patio stuff. It was nuts. And then we lost power for a few hours, and then finally getting it back. And then today, had contractors and stuff come over to help kind of get stuff. The fence blew. It was a fiasco yesterday. So yeah, I would have gotten there sooner, but I still think that went great. At first I didn't understand why Money Mitch and Nos. I mean, I said that if they would have seen the message, and I'm sorry, I should have said something to the chat. I just was dealing with other stuff and my head was just elsewhere. But I should have said something like, "Hey guys, tomorrow," like last night, and say, "Hey guys, tomorrow, lead the first 30 minutes, just talk with them, just chat it up about whatever. I'll join for the J&J show, and that's when we'll kind of get more into the oriented kind of conversation of interview." And I think we still handled that well. I just, was dealing with that yesterday. But from now on, I'll make sure that beforehand, I'll send out a memo like this to the group saying, "Hey, here's the interview coming up on this day. Here's what I want everyone to do." And about hats sound good. I will reach out to each one of them and say, "Here's how we're doing the hat situation." And I'll let everyone order just one for now. And Jesse can order two for one for him and his wife. Yeah, and thank you, girl, for checking. Yeah, it was yesterday, dude. It was, boo, it was, in dealing with those, that's the one thing about the area, the country we live in, we have to deal with those kind of storms with like really strong winds, tornadoes. And it's only for certain times of the year, it's not like all year long. It's just kind of here and there, but all good to go. Still have some stuff to do outside today, but I'll have kind of this afternoon to take care of it. But anyway, all good to go. And that's still, to me, I think it went really well, especially once I joined. And I'm just Mr. Host. I just know how to kind of lead those since I've been doing them my whole life. So maybe I'll think about that, being that I'm kind of in charge of these anyway, that, hey, I'm just the main lead host. I've interviewed before. So anytime we have an interview, or I say interview, but a guest on, to make sure I'm there, because I just know how to lead those just with natural ability. Okay, boom. That is what I need. I like Weeble. Cool. Yeah, Thinkorswim. You can design your own scanners on Thinkorswim if you want to. They have some there, like in the scanner. They have a scan, right? So boom, I can go here if I wanted to. It's the same thing. Trade the Pool has that same. They have the gainers, losers, whatever, right? So Trade the Pool has this. Let me pull it up. All right, so terminal. No, it's in tools. Gainers, losers list, right? So they got this. So I could just use that every day if I wanted to. But I'm just trying to find what's up the most. And then I just go to the chart after that, right? So what's Cast doing up here? What's Castaway doing here? Cast. Well, WETO's done for the day, so I'll get, oh, wow, okay, Cast here moving up. Okay, all right. WETO the Cheeto, I'll move over here. CDTG, all right, what's CDTG to move in here? Okay, well, that just popped up. That's kind of weird, ugly chart, but that's up at least a little bit for the day. But yeah, I'm just all I'm looking for, right? And that's, this is unfortunately they only have New York Stock Exchange now. That even shows me why their level 2 is off. You can even see it shows here that's only all they have, but that's still going to get you your run-of-the-mill top gainers, and that's all I'm looking for. Top gainers, float, volume, and then maybe a little bit of the news. Those are the main things I'm always looking at. I'll do like a quick little, I'll do that since I haven't done like a lesson type video and put that out for a while. I'll do that. Got it though, T-Web. T-Web. His name is T-Web. He is the T-Webbiest of the T-Webs. All right, I'm gonna take a break, but talking and yapping up. I'm just over here talking and yapping it up. Got the account, looking, waiting to see if I get the email and saying I'm funded, this, that, or the other, right? So, boom shakalaka, bam to bam. All right. I think I got the email. I just got the email. I also want to look at 11.11 too. What a treat at 11.11. There we go, guys. Check it out. Check it out. Because I have two different emails that I use through Trade the Pool. And the other one that I just got funded is my other email. And there it is. Check it out. Let's check it out. Hold on, Avery. Oh, never mind. Avery texting. Check it out. Hold on. Where's it at? Come on. Come on. Come into play. There we go. On reaching your profit target. Stay. You're on fire. You're just one step away from getting funded. What's next? They're reviewing the count. All right. All right. All right. Love it. Love it. All right, now back to me not being so big. There's another. Went back to TOS. Cool. Yep, and you can on Think or Swim. I haven't done it in a while, but I can do like a. Well, I'll do like a small video. I mean, I can tinker with it later, and go to like the scan chart and put some scans in there. It's real basic. I think FinViz would even have a better scanner service for you in the morning where you can set up FinViz. You know, that's where you can set up a screener scanner there. I truly just use Stock Rocks because it's just free every day, and it's trade ideas, and that's what I used to use, and it's just my eyes are familiar with it, and I know exactly where I'm looking at every day, and that's all I'm looking for anyway. It's just I just need what's up, you know, what's the float, what's the volume, which usually then it just needs to be a little something, right? Everyone's always like, what's good volume? Well, some places will have like 8 million volume in pre-market. Some places only have like 800,000, you know, that just it doesn't mean that the one with 800,000 doesn't get 15, 20, 50 million in market. It could. So it just, as long as it's moving, right? We know it looks like it's moving like this in pre-market. We wouldn't even be looking at it, but doesn't mean later on it can't run, and or we're just not looking at a pre-market. So you're waiting till later to look at it. You know, there's just nothing constructive in pre-market to look at. Same thing for this play. We weren't looking at it, right? But that's where it's good to have. That's why I love Stock Rocks, because in the end, you know, it's got the Momo scanner, so that way I know there's new things hitting high of day. You know, it just reminds me of being at TradeCast, where I can just go over there and I can look at chat. Everyone's like, oh, cast. I see like 8, 9 people talking cast. Okay, well, shit, that play must have just popped up. You know, that's kind of what I'm always doing with when I'm talking. When I say when I'm talking, but when I'm using that Stock Rocks, and why I like it, just because it's something that I've done and used for years and have the same process of using it. All right, Jammy's on. Putting some music on. I'll be back here in just a bit. We'll do a lunch recap. Do a lunch recap in just a bit. Probably in about 45 minutes. And I will do that lesson on how I find what stocks to trade in pre-market every day. What in the fuck is this? No. I don't know what that is, but that's terrible. I thought it was going to be good. Had Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger on, like I said. It sounded like some 80s music, but I was just looking for, like, music.
emotion. Just emotion. Just emotion. not a nos, no chains, no clay, no path, just emotion. Road in the dark, no one to lie, no discount, just a time. Every noise, nothing clear, just a beat. I am here. No dreams, no disguise, just a door, not a dice, no path, no grace, no fear, just emotion. Go doors in the night, fire and fire, not the fight. No chains, no control, just one beat, not a draw. Run world, break the bone, make a sound, not alone. No dust, no grace, no fear, just emotion. Both bones in the dark, truth hits, I'm boring in. No chains, no control, truth gets loud in my soul. No path, no brain, just the sound of the pain. No chains, no pay, just the rise of the night. No path, no grace, just the way I am here. Steps of another ground, lost the beat, all burning down. No doors, empty days, just the sound of the bass. No dust, no grace, no fear, just emotion. No path, no place, just the rise of the motion. Old doors in the dark, false walls you never trust. No chains, no control, truth gets loud of the motion. No path, no place, just the sound of the motion. Old doors in the dark, truth gets loud of the motion. No path, no grace, just the rise of the motion. No doors in the dark, false walls you never trust. No doors, empty base, truth gets loud of the motion. Old doors in the dark, fast walls you never trust. No chains, no control, truth gets loud of the motion. disguise, just a door, not a dice, no path, no grace, no fear, just emotion. Gold doors in the night, fire and fire, not the fight, no chains, no control, just one beat, not a draw. Run world, break the bone, make a sound, not alone. No dust, no grace, no fear, just emotion. Bold bones in the dark, truth hits, I'm boring in. No chains, no control, truth gets loud in my soul. No path, no brain, just the sound of the pain. No chains, no pay light, just the rise of the night. No path, no grace, just the way I am here. Steps of another ground, lost the beat, all burning down. No doors, empty days, just the sound of the bass. No dust, no grace, no fear, just emotion. No path, no place, just the rise of the motion. Old doors in the dark, false walls you never trust. No chains, no control, truth gets loud of the motion. No path, no place, just the sound of the motion. Old doors in the dark, truth gets loud of the motion. No path, no grace, just the rise of the motion. No doors in the dark, false walls you never trust. No doors, empty base, truth gets loud of the motion. Old doors in the dark, false walls you never trust. No chains, no control, truth gets loud of the motion.
Ricardo Montana is here. I have made it to the land of love and stock trading.
All right, here we go. Boom. Lunch recap time. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? God, here's crazy long. Here is crazy long. Past the accounts, it's now can't trade it right. The account, it's like they disabled, but they essentially kind of shut it down. I got the email earlier. By the way, IPST not done. IPST not done. Good girl, Darla. All right, so we have IPST rocking and rolling here. IPST has the 2150-ish area resistance, somewhere right around 2150, blowing through it. Trying to anyway. This has room then up to 25. All right. Just going through plays on the Discord to punch those in over there. But we have IPST here, which I'm going to go ahead and switch some things around now and go to IPST here. And we will go to PFSA here. Still kind of cooling up and still possibly could go. Still could possibly go. We have IPST really kind of getting above that 2150 resistance area that I was seeing from earlier. It's failing-ish at it. All right, it's going a little over it. This does have room up to 25. If it does get over that, this will have a lot of room to run. Castaway here, really kind of looking at the top stocks. I'm going to get rid of AIXC. We just cracked that trend line, so I don't know that there'll be much more left to this. I'm going to go with, this. Those plays, the back burners there. There's your 2150 area resistance starting to show up a little bit. All right, so here we go, getting back to it. Had a long, good day there. I was meant to send the link out, but I'll send it so you guys can go watch it. The guest we had on today, David Capablanca. Of course, he has a book out, a short-selling book, which is really good. But IPST ramping on around here. Broke its downtrend, I'd say about 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago. And once it broke its downtrend, it held above it, ripped up, halted up. Now we're at new high of day area, 2150 resistance area, over 2150. Watch for a pop-up close to 25. This kind of has that it factor to it. Support down below is going to be where we halted up at, and area we did fail at right around 16. We'll just call it right around 16 or 1860. Called 1860-ish area. So this play is definitely on high watch still. 2150 area resistance into close to 22. Over that, definitely can slingshot into 25. All right, more stocks here. CAST, Castaway here. Getting back over 175 is going to be the key. Watch for a pop back up to 205 area. Now over 205 in market high. Next resistance area over 205. I'm just trying to kind of zoom in now through certain areas right through here. Really not a lot to hold us down, to be honest. There's not a lot of hard charting. 235 resistance, and I see it a little bit stronger at 265, and then again, then to 280 for CAST if we do continue to climb. Supports being built in at 155. Then again, right around 140 into the 135 handle for CAST cast. Hey, big girl. Recap the next three as they all kind of have the same fill right around or below the VWAP. AIXC back over 190 for the pop to 210, possibly to 220. Over 220, that's where I think we can get some more beautiful sauce juicing. Needed to hold the 145-ish, 145 to 150 handle, or we crack back down to 130, and I think the next time we do that, I don't know that we'd hold 130. PFSA doing the same kind of thing around the VWAP more recently, failing at it. We need to get back over the 1260 to 1275 handle. That'll pop us up through 13 to 1335. Over that, then watch for the pop to 1410 to 1450-ish area. Needs to hold this last forever line that I have in that's actually working pretty nice today for fails, bounces. This little sandwich area right at around 1140 needs to hold. Over to SLE and my big winner on the day on the short side on the way down. We're going to have resistance coming up right around the VWAP and around the 520 handle. If we get through that and can claim it, moves to 565 to 570. Over that, watch for a pop up to right around $6. Main base support down below is coming in right around the 450-ish area for SLE. And I guess the other one I do want to mention that is above the VWAP, CDTG. CDTG has main support at the VWAP, right at around 440-ish area. Resistance coming in light at 495 into 5. Heavier at the 535 to 540-ish area. And then again, we get it at 560 and then at 6. Hey, be nice. Stop doing the little whiny bonnies. All right, so we have small reversal from that 2150 alert. It's going a little higher, but still, if you would have taken that, you would have gotten the move back down, and you would have gotten at least $1-ish with profit in that. I know there's a spread, but it's not too big. I'm looking at the time and sales there coming on through. This does look like it wants to squeeze and go for more. Travis says I'm here. What's up, Trev dog? Hi. Yeah, there's a few of you out there. Probably just have. Probably some of you have it still just on the live stream. You know, is that Josh still? Is that? Hold on. I think I hear something on my computer talking. SLE's trying to ramp up here, so can't leave SLE, of course, the one that we made some money on earlier today if you shorted it with me. It's trying to ramp up on around. So here's the alert I just put over on... Oh, I need to put that... What was over on? Alrighty, here we go. SLE. So this one's ramping back on around. I'm watching that out to the right. And then here was when I was literally just typing out over on Trade the Pool, so they had a little something over there. But right now, this would be the other one. Cast, that's another one I would be saying. Cast on watch for that pop here soon. Eight. Local commercials that you always hear. Yeah, all right, sweet. Anyway. Whew, so that was fun though earlier with David for sure. That was fun. Watch here for the pop here. This is on high watch for the pop. We'll move this trend line down again. It's a little bit there, but we are on this little uptrend channel with this one overextended pop out of it. Watching for another one here. It is coiled up tight. It's either going to be a make or break, in my opinion, for Cast coming up. And what? Another Chinese company, ChinaCast. Speaking of trend line or downtrend line broke. And now what are we on? Not only like it's like a perfect length, like how long we're in the downtrend and how long we're in this trend line. This is popping. Now PFSA is popping. PFSA. So PFSA alert there going on off. That 1275 pop. Watching for that. See if that can squeeze here. A new high of day for IPST. So we've got some action. I would say AIXC. Is that probably another Chinese play, maybe even possibly? Probably. Something crypto holdings. Anywho, there we go. Let's see if we get it here. IPST is definitely on high watch. AIXC is kind of the dead one. Taking the back seat as of right now. Same with CDTG. But SLE's trying to make that VWAP reclaim. Cass, can it get the pop? We are getting that 25 pop here for for IPST. And there comes 25, most likely coming in soon. All right, sweet. What's up, Dita Bot? What's up, Dita Bot? All right, so we got two nice good squeezes right there. There's that bull flag. Nice new high of day move to 25. Getting that 1275 break for the long up here for PFSA. Popping into the 1350s right there. The one play too would be watching for SLE. These getting some of that lunch to after like lunch to after hours squeezing. We're starting to get movement in the morning. Then we get this reset, right? And plays like to consolidate, have the pullback, and some are dying off. But this is a great example of showing you PFSA. Boom, back around, and I could see this retesting high of day. Watching for that cast pop here. Watching for that cast pop, C-A-S-T. Taking that profit, we talked about resistance at 1340, and if we could get that and reclaim it, actually candlestick confirm over it. Not getting that, that's profit taking area. Watch for a move back into 1420, 1430 area, but still got that 1275 pop. Volume just declining really bad right here overall. This is still on pop watch like SLE. XOS, I don't think it's going to have it today. Now, maybe later in the day, XOS gets it, possibly. I've seen that before. Like, let's just go to XOS on the big chart so you guys can see this. It's not died out. And so I have not seen a play like, and, you know, just crash back to 340 or even lower or what have you, right? Something, it's holding. And really, it's overall, even if you look at throughout the day, higher low pattern. This higher low pattern stopped. But now, if you think about it, there's a low, there's a low, there's a low. So we're still holding it somewhat of a higher low pattern structure. And really, just overall, we're also getting, which I like to go with that highest candlestick confirm there in a 3-minute chart. We're just in a downtrend. Really, just overall, this is, I say downtrend, but we're in this nice, we're getting really tight in a pennant, right? So we have the pull up, and we're penanting. Pennant, is that even a word, penanting? But we're forming a pennant flag really tied out to the right. Really tied out to the right. Dita, your mom comes. It's so funny when Avery leaves house. So like the dogs get like a little anxious, so to speak. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the TTP live stream. It was fun. Here's a post I just put out just a little bit ago.
I'll just do
I think
5 hours.
I forgot about that. Yeah, because you were okay. I was 2016 doing Uber and Lyft. What year did you do it?
2016 and 17. Actually, I'm exaggerating. No, it felt like a 10 hours, but it probably wasn't because it paid better back then.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was in the DFW area at the time. I lived in Dallas, and yeah, it was. Oh, I remember like when I was in Dallas and they wanted to drive all the way.
$30 an hour on average.
Yeah, I was like, heck yeah! How long do you want to drive? I'm driving you wherever.
Yeah,
anywhere you want to go.
It felt like 10 hours, but no, it's probably just a few hours. If you pick the right times, you can get $100. Back then, I don't know about now.
Yeah,
but
that's when I read that. I forgot you say. I was like, man, we literally are on very similar. You well above me, but we've done stuff at the same time. We went at the same time, school at the same time. I was like, we did Uber Lyft at the same time. This is.
I was like, I'll just do.
I think I forgot about that. Yeah, because you were okay. I was 2016 doing Uber and Lyft. What year? So yeah, it was cool to have David Capablanca on, but it was nuts because me and David were born in the same year. Real quickly, just going back to resumption price and time for AIXC is halted. Oh, this is way early in the day. It's on pause. That's why it's on pause. IPSC about to come live. I want to go back to it. Showing a gap down to 24. Showing a gap down to 24. So let's see if we get that 22 seconds after it's about to come live here. Showing a gap down to 24 here. And we do get gap and pullback. That soak zone, if we pop through 25, this is going to probably race close to another halt up here. If we pop through to new highs, which I've seen that type of action before. We've seen it a lot here recently. Traders see that as a dip buy. They're just adding into that. Ones that got too scared to get on the rip up, well, they love that soak back down. I love that type of move, so watch for this. If it goes through 2450, this will definitely see new high of day. But that was, definitely an honor to get. It was born like we were born. I didn't realize that, so I started looking into David. Born in the same year. We're both born in '84. So we're both going to college, essentially at the same time, as a freshman. We're both going into architecture at the same time. We're both going to SEC schools at the same time. He's in Florida. I'm in Arkansas. Crazy. And then even to the line to where we were still struggling as adults out of school. He a full architect. I went into broadcast journalism, but here I am struggling in DFW as a working for Cumulus Media, which owned ESPN Radio, owned the Ticket, KTCK. And so I'm reporter for the Dallas Cowboys. I did some Dallas Maverick stuff. Baseball, unfortunately, was covered. That would have been fun to cover some baseball too. But I was their main TCU reporter. That was when TCU, the Froghorns, were killing it. They were undefeated up in I think they went to the BCS that year, if I'm not mistaken. But they were absolutely. And they had what's his face, Trayvon Boykin. I think it was Trayvon Boykin was his name. Was up for the Heisman or close to it. Anyway, so I was their main reporter. We didn't do SMU. There was a big more pro town, obviously, but that was like my main shtick. But you don't get a lot of hours reporting going to get audio from Tony Romo and whatever, Jason Witten or, Des Bryant. God, what was the coach's name that's on? Oh God, what was the coach's name? Anyway, right? Or if I'm going to TCU and going out. Anyway, so that would be like maybe some days 2 hours, 3. You'd go get it, the drive time, they let you include that too. So you drive out there and drive back, maybe sometimes 4 hours, but I was getting paid like $10, $12 an hour. It's like nothing. And I'm never forgetting that. Like, here I am out of college making this is nuts. This is not what I was thinking. My first job out of college which is actually cool. I was actually a morning show host. What I wanted, I was on the air, but it was at a small station outside of, about an hour outside north of Kansas City. Smaller town, the big station in the town, which wasn't a big station or town, but you get my point. The only radio station actually in the town, essentially. But everyone knew you, right? Which was cool. But it was Monday through Saturday. I literally had to go on air Saturday too, and it was 6 hours, not 4. Most shows on radio are 3 hours, 4 hours. It was 6. It just wasn't what I wanted. But the pay was decent. And then I had to take a pay cut to get extra, to kind of go to bigger stations and work my way up a totem pole, right? It's either, and I shouldn't have done that. If I would have stayed in it, if I wanted to, in the smart way, I would have just grow in the small station, small market, grow big to where this bigger market going, hey, there's this guy, he's really good. Instead of going to the station where the big guy's already there, right? Anyway, I went to Dallas where Avery was there too. My wife was there. And so I was trying to get a good job there. And anyway, so now it's 2016. Let's just fast forward to that. And yeah, I have to do Uber Lyft. And that's crazy to think we're both doing Uber Lyft at the same time. Just doing a lot of stuff at the same time. So it was just kind of crazy, born at the same time. But here's the pop, PFSA, beautiful pop there. There's your move to 25. This looks like it's imminent anytime now. It's going to be happening. Let me jump on the horn here to the morning alerts. And boom, here we go. There's PFSA as alerted. PFSA said, watch that 1275 pop. We're getting that right now. Really big spread. It's popping though. Then there's your move to 25. I called for the move up to 25, and there it is on IPST. The next stock I would say look for a move on would be moving from cast away here. Cast looking like it's going to pop anytime now and retest high of day. So right now we've got an IPST, PFSA at lunch. Cast looks like it wants to be next, and maybe even SLE in that VWAP reclaim. Ding ding dong 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 dong. Oh man. Trevor, you're green for the day too, right? Anyone out there want to go over any stocks? And here's that possible go small dip buy opportunity off the old resistance area at 1275. Already pretty much ran right into it. The low of that candle was 1280. That needs a hold, and here comes cast. I mean, it's working. It's casting its way, so to speak. Halted down. Excuse me, their IPST halted down, showing a decent gap down now. Nothing major now, actually coming back up. 2069, 2080, 2061. So it looks like 2060 to 2080 resumption price. Time would be at the top of the hour in 24 seconds. I'm done, by the way. I am done trading out, and I can't trade Woolies. I had to pull up another. I have a funded account I could get to. Should have really went to the funded account today on a couple of these patterns, but I just was looking to pass my eval. I was literally $60 away, maybe somewhere 60, 50, $70 away from passing the 50K. Because on the reason 50K, because I would have done a bigger one, and hopefully down the line they'll allow these. But Trade the Pool back on July 4th, a little over a month ago now, for Independence Day, it was right around there. They did a buy one get one sale. So if you bought a 25K or a 50K account, and at any point you blew it, they would refund you in your account. I say refund you. They would give you credits to buy another one. It's almost kind of like, you have one up, you have one life left in Mario, and then you die, and then all of a sudden they give you another one, and you're alive again, right? And so I was like, hey, okay, sure, what the heck, might as well. That's a free, it's kind of like buy one get one. That's a heck of a deal. So let's do it. I had credits built up already, like as that they give you. That's another thing too. Having accounts with us, or with Trade the Pool, I should say, with us, or even get demos, and we'll send you credits, so to speak, essentially like gift card money, literally, that you can use toward evals. And I had that built up. So it was like buy one, get one, plus it was discounted because of my credits. Anywho, long story short, growing that
Way to go.
over the last, I think July 13th was my first trading day. But I was just trying to get one trade in. I was $60, $70 away, and I take a loss to start the day. I'm like, no. And it was a way bigger loss than I wanted. You could see that's like, damn, that's 50 cents, Josh. I got $1 back out of it, but I lost 50 cents on 500 shares. And so, it went live. So LSC went live on me. And I was actually in the green. I was in at 686. It gapped up to 7+, hit 730. Go back to SLE here. Right? It gaps up, pops up. I could have taken profit. My dumbass wasn't paying attention, didn't realize it was live already. And by the time I look over, it immediately sold into a short. Or sell, or halt down. It's halting down. So I immediately get out of my long, because I have 500 ready to trigger. So boom, I'm out of my short, or I'm out of my long, and immediately double tap it and go short twice. I'm like, all right, cool, we're going to go short. And then we got this move into this move, which I wish I would have held this, because it actually then halted down again. I just took it all. That was good enough for me. I was like, let me get $1 out of it. I got $1 out of it. Got well more than my profit back. But it could be a 2 for 2 day. And really maybe just 1 for 1, I was done. Because all I needed was like 50, 60, $70. Like, let me just get over the top and let me be done. Because now that account's waiting for verification, so they kind of freeze it on you. I got the email from TTP saying, congratulations. Heck yeah. All right. That worked as well. Just responding back to Jesse. Can't wait for round 2. We'll definitely get Capablanca back on again. It was great to have him on. To have him on was awesome. I bought the special 2 for 1. What's the demo to funded amount needed for the 25K? What's the demo to funded account needed? What do you mean? What's the demo to? Oh, well, I think it's only 1,500. I think it's only 1,500, Bubba. I think you only have to make 1,500 if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's 1,500. Because I thought it was half of what mine is. Like, it's got to be half of what mine is doing the math, because the math is the same throughout. I knew you would get up, Miss Moosey Caboosey, French Fry Lucy, Ellie Cabelli, French Fry Smelly. It's so 1,500 is what you need to get to, brother. 1,500. Where are you at right now? What's Daza at? I know you've been doing good. Oh, Moses. Oh, okay. Looks like I already did. So I guess I'm just waiting for an email. Can I use both the funded and the 2 for 1 account I paid for in a bit? Yeah. For sure. Yeah. Exactly. Dang, Daz, and look at it. Plus 2K. Man, that's awesome. I love having that stretch of. Oh, and this is what's fucking badass when you get this shit. Ella, stop it. Lay down, because I have to use this hand. And literally, it's one of the most annoying things they do. They come over, and I'm using my hand for the mouse, and they just rip. It's like, here's their head. It just all it is, nonstop. I get this email. Hey Josh, we saw your recent post about 2 traders getting funded from your live stream and your breakdown of the PDT rule change. You do a good job keeping the trading side practical without making it feel like a lecture. We're with Smart Algo. We build indicators for TradingView, and we thought it would be interesting to let you test them during the live sessions you already run. We can give you free access to everything if you like the indicators and want to share them. You'll also get your own affiliate link and code. Keeps 30%. I'm like, this is getting awesome. I love it. I love it. So I'm definitely going to be responding back to that. I mean, like, hello. So it helps when, you guys are fun. Oh, look at the retest. Look at the retest at 1275. Look at the retest, the new high of day right there. Well, PFSA, that's beautiful. Look at that. I told you the breakout at 1275. We come back down, and I say, let's that you look to go for a long there. Slaps that old resistance area, pops it new high in the run here on the uptrend channel, back up to 15. PFSA, boom, beautiful. Cass just ain't getting it. I thought any moment there it was about to pop, just not giving it to me. Unfortunately, SLE's trying. SLE's still moving up that trend line overall. Still working, trying to reclaim that VWAP. And the other one's still CDTG, looking constructive here as we're moving on along. Yeah, Daza, right? Nice. But yeah, it helps with you guys. You guys getting, and then me able to put, so yeah, any of you guys, you have to over on the Discord, post it anytime you get funded. Gotta see it, gotta love it. Gotta see it, gotta love it. All right, so we're slowing down a little bit here. Go back to the large cap plays here in just a minute. Well, we're still on the trend line here, so this is looking pretty good, honestly. It looks like it could pop again. All right, let's go to large caps. Just to break them down, see if I see anything here. We'll go with Apple. I'll start with SPY like usual. I got to start with SPY. Just overall general. Oof. Boy, what an ugly day on SPY. SPY today, just like absolutely flat. Q's pretty much same chart. Yeah, SPY less movement. But wow. What a dead Wednesday or Tuesday. What day is it? It's Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. That's right. I got enchiladas to eat tonight, baby. Pretty flat. I guess if anything, look for a retest that low of day at 67.35 coming up. Not a lot of movement though overall. Let's go through the rest of these. Apple, nice good squeeze play up, came down, hit 309, went to new highs to 311.50, then came back down to that 309 reversal and bounced right off of it again. Forming an M shape right now. Back under 309.75, we will see 309.50 and below that back to 309. Now the crack of 309, watch for a move back down to pre-market high. Breaking that downtrend would be key, reclaiming back up through that to the move to new, or at least test high of day as we move into Power Hour. Speaking of, look for the downtrend break, possibly on AMD, and the move back up to the VWAP, which would be key in reclaiming that. But if we recrack, but if we do crack that low support we just put in at 76.25. If we crack that 76.25 area, we go back to 75, and I think we crack it and go for more. That chart looks good to dump down through to new low of day. I'm not a big fan of the way ARM looks really overall. No, don't like. Man, a little too tight there on Google. I'm not a big fan of it. Meta for new lows. That was a good thumpy dumpy yesterday on multiple alerts from I think maybe at least one, if not two, saying I think it was two. One good dump, and then there was a second minor one to end the day. Watching for that here. Honestly, watch for Meta to get new low of day. If it reclaims the 9, that would be huge. So watch for move back over, say 48.50 and to 49, and then that play can move back on up. Otherwise, boy, I would really look to see if that doesn't retest lows and goes down for more. Speaking of, Marvell looks like it wants to test and go down for new lows. Speaking of, Micron already is, and some semis heading down, looking shorty. Speaking of shorty, NVDA just cracked its trend line, now cracking VWAP. Next support move down to, support would be a move down target to 1950 to 1940. Below that, we will retest in market lows, and then just kind of wrapping stuff up with Tesla. We'll go with Tesla and EIO. Not the best looking chart, just really choppy. You know, a lot of failing at the 339.50 to 340 mark, bouncing a lot at 336 to 335. Now the crack of 335, that could lead to potential more movement down. Otherwise, just really channel mode there for Tesla. Mike, what's up? How you doing, brother? How you doing? How you doing? We just grooving, rolling through these, yeah. All right, woo! There goes PFSA, new high of day. Yeah, this is the one I say I think will be DTIZ, but this is one of those charts we talked about with not a lot of resistance up there for PFSA. This is one of those charts that really could go on the way up today. 16 or 17, we'll go 17 resistance in around the 1750 area. La 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 la. Why do I get Christmas songs in my head? I think that was Avery telling me she was on her way home. Yeah. Oh man, I feel it from the arms from yesterday. I do more chest today. Yesterday was like strictly just wear and tear my arms out when I do Monday arms. It's either doing legs or arms. Yesterday with the storms and power out, and yeah, I usually do legs outside too because I really like to do like outside strength training, and then along with like in between do like the more of like the what would you want to call it? When you're running stuff, it's not as weight like lunges, but then I also add weights to that. So it's in between doing like kind of stretching the legs out, so to speak, like doing lunges and squats and not squats, but oh my god, what are the jumps called? The power jump? I can't remember the name of all the damn shit we used to do, right? Can't remember the names of any of these workouts anymore. I literally half the time I don't even know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but I don't know the name of the workout anymore. Like, what were these called? So I do in between those. So I'll do weights, but I love doing it outside. I mean, oh my gosh. And of course, I just love getting a tan and getting the vitamin D in. I love that in the summer. I mean, I've always been a pretty boy as far as like, I just feel like I'm a better looking person when I'm tan. So I like to get some sun And it's we obviously fucking 95, 100 degrees. You're sweating your ass off. So I like that physicality. Anyway, so I couldn't do legs yesterday. So I either start the week with either legs or arms, and it was arms. It was some armsies. Today will be just strictly chest, into the abs, some core. I'm just going to completely shred my legs on probably Wednesday. Although Wednesday we're doing her. Yeah, Wednesday we got to figure out if we're going to go see a movie this week. We need to go to get her glasses and her eyes checked and then get some glasses for her. We haven't done that in a while. She needs that. She needs a new license. Avery's had an expired license since last October. Yeah, she doesn't drive that much, but she just drove to Colorado with an expired license, though. Which is so funny. But anyway, we're going to get that taken care of. We're going to do that Wednesday. Thursday, we're thinking about seeing a movie. So, just try to get out every once in a while. We're always here glued to the house. We like getting out, getting some restaurant food, some fatty food that's not so good for you. Thought we'd get a little higher, honestly, for PFSA before we reverse, but not so fast. They said 1650 coming in high. Nice constructive trend line, uptrend channel right here. I love this look. You okay, Jack? I know he just comes and lays on you. Because what you could have done too, as well, is you could have added in a uptrend channel, right? And you can see we kind of reclaimed that and bounced off of it. Plus, if you had the orders in low enough, maybe into the 13 or 1280 handle, old resistance becoming new support off of this breakout area of failing here, right here, fail, building up into a higher low pattern. It's kind of gotten squeezed written all over. That's exactly why this was on high watch for me for that pop over 1275.13 for the move up. And like I said, claiming this area, just candlestick confirming above it and holding it, which we do here, is that leads to that success. IPST back off what the halt strategy. Love to see the halt strategy. This was at the 1850 mark. Actually alerted this, another successful trade. And the morning alerts, well, now I need to rename them all day alerts. Said this was going to be your best bounce area. This is the kind of the bounce area right around 1850. Well, IPST, what did I say? Remember, go back and listen to IPST, 1850, 1865. I don't remember what I think I said 1865 because it was where the candles are confirming in a 3-minute chart. Getting the bounce play. So we were ripping back down. We did halt down. That's going to be kind of the line in the sand. If we don't hold that, I do have a trend line up. We'll see if where's this at? That's actually going to be right around 1710 as of right now. So just basing an all-day trend line kind of from lows earlier on the day, then we kind of bounced on it around lunch at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That would be your... Other than that, the best support's all the way back at 1450 into the 1380 area. You guys are goofy, you know that? Mike, any questions? Daz, any questions? Mike, too. I mean, Mike, if you're still around... I mean, literally accidentally hopping into to some call-in shows over at Trade the Pool with Steve and I. You know what? I'm gonna partake into Josh's live stream. You signed up right after you said that, and hopefully you're loving it. Hopefully you're liking it, and because it seems like you've been green for them. I mean, it seems like almost everybody this summer. I mean, it's flown by. Summer's going to be over before we know it. It'll be a month from now and officially over and into fall. Sadly enough, because it's been so hot. I say sadly enough, I can't wait to get out of this heat. Team, we're on our 7th today. If we hit 100, I don't know if we're going to. Probably will. 7 straight days of 100-degree air temperature. That's not including the heat index. 100 every day. Yesterday and the day before, and you got to imagine this without power. 104 yesterday the high was, and we lost power because of a storm. It was 103 on Sunday. 103 on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. 102 for something like that. It's been freaking crazy. Speaking of on fire, though. Yeah, good, Daz. I was thinking if Mike was still... I don't know if Mike was still around, because I know he joined in, I want to say it was June. Been meaning to bring that up, because him, too. I mean, he seems like he's been green as well. Seems like he's been green as well. Well, right after I mentioned that, there's that sweep down. Didn't quite get to my trend line. I said 1710. The low there was 1726 on IPST. But yeah, just just checking in. Oh my God, CDTG, new high of day. All right, so AIXC done. CDTG on. Here we go. Halting up. Wow. 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 All right. Boy, if it isn't one, it's another today. It's been a lot like this nonstop. Avery will be home soon, and I have not had any food today, guys. It's finally starting to hit me. Like, literally, I'm like, oh my God, I'm starting to get hungry. So I'll be eating some food here in probably about 3 to 4 minutes. Whenever I see her pull up, I'll be going out. Taking a little break, doing just a nice, good long, what, about 30 minutes so far. Well, 45 minutes now. 45 minutes. Because I went live at 30 after, right? Well, all pretty well during lunch today, honestly. All things considered. Usually lunch isn't too hot. See, yeah. You and Trevor. Trevor, just so you know if Trevor's still around, because Trevor and Mike, if you're listening. Mike, Trevor's in Ireland. So y'all are literally right there next to one another. Probably the same time zone. Eating dinner a lot at the same time. And Mike, I was just asking if you're listening. Since you joined, right? Just randomly calling in on the call-in show accidentally or joining there and then joining and signing up for the live stream here. Seems pretty good. Pretty successful. Seems pretty, you've been rather green. Yep, Trey, yeah, you're still here. So it's cool to think I have 2 people over in Europe chatting it up in the UK. One's over in England. One's over, I think you're in England, if I'm not mistaken, Mike. One just above them in Ireland. Love it. Bounce play here, loving it. Still holding IPST, still holding. Halted up CDTG real quickly. CDTG showing a gap up to 776. So no gap up, I should say. Resumption time would be 2113. 2113 for CDTG. Big, me too hot here. Oh, God bless Bick. Yeah, it's freaking in Arkansas. It's just crazy right now. I'm sure anywhere in the United States, though, for the most part. For the most part. Especially if you're like centrally Midwesty, like if you're right in the central part of the United States or just straight South United States. Yeah, you're probably in a nice, good heat wave. If you're in it, and if it's hot, and then when like the Northeast starts getting like blanket, they start getting blanket, and then you just never really ever see like Washington, Oregons, the Montanas, the Idahos, mid to northern California ever see too hot. Every once in a while, Colorado, Utah get it. Of course, Southern Cali, but anyway, no, it's 8 straight days because tomorrow's going to be another one for sure, they said. Today was iffy. Could be 99, could be 100. Might as well mark it at 100 at that point. It's not like it's 98 or 97. 99 is 100 in my book. Hell, 98 is 100 in my book. Regardless, on the book to make it official. Yeah, today would be 7 straight days. Tomorrow, 8. That's a week plus straight of it. Oh, man, I can't wait for fucking September. Chili, some cheddar broccoli soup. I can think of all like the stuff that goes in crock pots or big pot belly. Oh man, I'm just thinking of yummy, warm, like cooling down too. Obviously, what we're just talking about, but then eating the good food with it, grilling out more. I love actually appreciating grilling out. Of course, then it's football season, NFL. I love college football, but my Razorbacks just suck asshole. No offense there, but they suck ass. And not even just suck ass as in the cheeks. They be sucking asshole. But Denver Broncos obviously always, and of course they've now gotten better. I always would watch them even if we weren't that good, but now that we're good again. And then we'll head into college basketball season where Coach Cal's got us rocking and rolling. Here's Avery. Hold on a second. All right, we're back. Let's see where you're from, Mikey. Let's see, I'll pass my fun and always. Let's see, I'm in Devon, which is southwest England. There we go. Daz, okay, I'm out, peeps. Good luck. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. There you go. Donegal there, Ireland. Yes, it's Donegal. Donegal. It's got to be Donegal. Donegal there. Is it Donegal, Ireland? Oh, man. But yeah, I am ready for the fall. Good stuff coming up big for sure. This, and gap down, coming down. Gap down, coming down. Gap down there. Okay, wowsy, woozy woozins. I'm going to take the break for food. I have not had food today. We are holding the uptrend channel. That to that 1850 handle. This little area is going to be the golden pocket for this to hold up for the day if this does. Still really relatively volatile right movement. A lot of big wicks, a lot of big spread at time. Take advantage of the general moves. And really the best moves have come. Talked about the break of 1275 for the move up. Then the retest, I even said, hey, go small here. But this is where you want to go small just in case it does flush. You're still in at a perfect area if you do go small. Imagine even just say 100 shares. Look at this. I mean, that's a 4-point rip. that's some good change there, even on 100 shares. This one didn't happen. Looking for a retest and a pop-up. It's died out. Volume really left it. The other one was SLE and the reclaim of the VWAP. It didn't reclaim it. It failed at it a couple of times. So you could have kind of shorted that there. The other move was here. We talked about the move to 25. Is Avery going now? When are you going to go to K. Rogers? When are you going to go to Kroger? I just said no. Do I need to back out the Jeep again? Oh, man. This is hilarious. Donegal. You like that one, Trevor? It's Donegal there. Hi, it's Donegal, Ireland. Oi. From Australia. Living in Donegal. Holding the uptrend channel, this is still the one to play. This is the one of the day over 25. Let's go to the next level up. Let's go one more frame here, so to speak. One more frame in the bowling alley. Donegal. There's a 25 handle there. Oh, it was because it was moving back into support. No, where did I get the 25 at? I was looking maybe at the daily. Over 25. Let's watch for a move up. Yeah, 25. Okay. 25, 26.75, but I really like it up to 28.75. Okay. All right. Thank you, babe.
Charlotte, go.
Do you need me to come back that out again?
Yeah.
You have enough in Thanos to take Thanos. Well, you got the Kroger cards in there. I'll be right back. Got to get something. I was like, you didn't anyway. Yeah. I was like, I forgot to tell you before you left. And I didn't think about it again until she got there. Or I should say when she was pulling back up. She's like, oh, shit. All right, I'm going to take the break. I'm going to go get some food. This guy's hungry, and I want to go eat some food. If you have any questions, throw them in chat right now. The quick little lunch recap. I've been actually almost live for about an hour now. So if there is anything you guys need, throw it in the chat. Daza's already out. Mike, Vic, Trevor, anyone else out there listening, thanks for joining during lunch hours. Got some good alerts there during lunch too as well. It's kind of a good time to come in to get the pop there on PFSA, then seeing the bounce that went even for more. Talking about CDTG, that was still definitely on watch. I had that on the watch list over here. The other one being, of course, IPST getting that 25, and then the move up, and of course the 1850 area. So we're kind of got some good moves and good alerts during lunch hours, and here live streaming to catch it, which was really cool. Looks like we're kind of having that end of power hour reset, where right now we're going to kind of slow it on down a little bit. Watch out. I love the way that freaking thing sounds. It sounds so freaking good. I wish there was like a good video I could go to, and like that would actually.
What's up, everyone? This is Mario Virgil. Welcome back for another video.
What's up, Mario? What you got here?
They'll be doing some drive.
Terrible of catching the exhaust. It sounds so good though. I probably have my own video somewhere, but yeah, the 392 Jeep Wranglers. I mean, for a Jeep Wrangler, you literally just kind of go, oh my god, what in the world? That is a Jeep freaking Wrangler like that? No way. Nuts to have a Jeep Wrangler that sounds like that. Absolutely badass if you're if you're a fan of Jeeps. I mean, when they first put those 392s out, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This is just like a grown man's like little kid heaven. Well, we still may get that pop from Cast, and I'm gonna go back to a 3-minute time frame here overall for IPST running up that all-day trend line. I still feel that PFSA could still squeeze and go for more. And we have plays that are ramping here. I mean, CDTG ramping here that just hit new highs. This still looks like it wants to hit new high of day. I'm just going to get rid of the uptrend channel because it keeps kind of cracking and making a new trend line. This still looks like though it wants to pop up and test this area right around 2 to 205, 210 area. And then PFSA, this is definitely still on high watch for me as we move into Power Hour. I will be back for Power Hour in just a bit. I'm going to jump off the mic, rest the vocal cords for a little while, skis. And then be back here in Power Hour at some point to recap the day and just overall the small caps. But I am funded. Well, eventually soon to be. But past it today. It was nice to have that overall on the account. Now up like $3,600, something along those lines. Right around $3,600. A little over that. Needed to make $3K. I'm now at 3,600. I got the email saying they're looking at my stuff, and then they'll let me know when it's good to go, and we're funded. All right, guys, lost boys, lost girls, any last questions? Otherwise, it is break time. B-R-E-A-K. It's time to rest my voice. Hey. All right, back in a bit, guys. Put some music on for now. Where is it at? There it is. There it is. Ooh, da, 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 there.
boost us a little bit more than it did. Then they spoofed a level on top again, kind of sandwiching us here. Still could happen, but I think it's going to be taking its sweet time here. Watching in the next 5 minutes though to see if it can kind of push out of that spoofing range. If so, there is, I don't know. I still just don't like these structures. I would expect maybe a tap into the high volume. I'm sorry, yeah, the point of control for the intraday. So for SPY, yeah, right around the VWAP, 768.50-ish. So that's the kind of level that I'd be looking at to transact, and I am close to closing out this short. We manage this trade, and then we're going to go into the earnings. All right. So yeah, pretty strong candle here. Eating into that spoof level above now. So we're kind of ping-pong, and it seems like the bulls want to take this, and I'm a little bit surprised. Again, I think we'll just check in with the VWAPs and then see how we're feeling. Interesting to see when the market was pushing down, oil actually could not hold its bid. So interesting price action there, and I'm curious as to how this is going to resolve, if it's just waiting for the overnight session. Kind of have another megaphone up here. I don't know, kind of a weird structure pattern, right? Could definitely be failing this level, because we have a nice hollow area back here to pop it down to 127 if we need to see some more upside for the indices. I don't know. I'm in wait and see mode here in terms of directionality. We had a nice couple moves in the past couple days, and this is maybe this is a me thing, but when I catch an upside move into a downside move, it's almost always better for me to just chill and take the trade off, and basically kind of just wait and see. So I did buy a little bit of, let's see, what did I buy today? I bought some silver and gold. That's the first thing I bought. I bought energy yesterday, so trimmed a little bit, but honestly, I want to stick with that. I'm just going to have it as kind of a pseudo hedge in case things get a little crazy. I'm wondering if natural gas is better bang for buck there. But I like the silver, I like the gold. They're not doing too much today. There's this big bottom wick. I think I'm a little red on this starter position here. Cost basis, 50, just about 58, yeah. So I took a little bit at 58, a little underwater here. I think that we're still holding this range. Could we come down? Definitely, but I like the higher time frames here. Starting to come back into this moving average here that I was watching. You know, if we have to come back down here, I'm buying more. And hopefully we don't retest the whole breakout. But even then, I think that I probably would just be looking to accumulate. So starting small here, same with gold. We took this as a momentum trade. I bought in here, sold after 2 days. So my thought process was, hey, I'm getting in at the bottom of this range. I'm getting in cheaper than I sold. Is it perfect? Probably not, honestly. But I do think gold's strong, and I think that long term it's where I want to have an allocation. What else did I do today? A little bit of BABA. A little bit of an earnings gamble, very small. But we are getting this kind of move I was looking for. You can see my chicken scratch here. Basically looking for a retest of these moving averages. I'll delete these. Retest of these moving averages just like it did right here, and then a nice catch into the earnings here. So hoping that I caught the low there in at 120. Talked about it, 125. Yeah, I think it's just literally 125. Nice and easy. So that's what I'm looking for. Hopefully we can sell half into the 200 day and then see how it goes. But of course, always a gamble with Chinese companies into earnings. Baidu, for example, I thought that they were going to do well. Nope. Big sell. Pretty suspicious there, honestly. Might be prudent to sell into earnings. But now I'm considering accumulating some Baidu long term. Because, man, it looks pretty decent here. Back into 86.50, this kind of high volume breakout node. If it can find a buyer, of course. We can talk about will cause them to miss as well going forward here. But I think we'll have some time. I don't think this is one that I need to buy right away. So I am going to switch on over into the other room. You guys don't have to move a muscle. I'll be back in just a few minutes here, and we are going to get on into the earnings. We've got Keysight, we've got ZTO Express, the Chinese FedEx. We also have SQM, it's a Chilean chemical and mining company. This one does big moves, and it's going to give us a little bit of a read through into the strength of both commodities and also the Latin American economy as a whole. Also, Toll Brothers. So we're going to be talking housing again. This one's going to be fun. Looking kind of dire on the daily charts. This is one I'm excited to play because, man, if this thing loses this 200, it can have a big move down. On the flip side, just probably won't take too much to find bulls under this 200 if the earnings are, a little bit better than anticipated. I think the expectation's not so high. So we'll talk about all of these, but this is just one chart in particular that stood out to me at this key pivotal level, as so often happens into these earnings plays. So we will be right back, guys. Don't move a muscle.
All right, cool. Back on the mic here. If anyone's still around, moves today there. 28 was the next level I was given. Then 31 on PFSA. Was not anticipating this ramp up. We were looking at this back at 1275 on the live stream. I mean, literally 15 plus points later. Just a huge move. That's just massive move there. Just thinking about that when we were going live for lunch, 15 plus points. All right, sweet. I think we're done for the day as far as large caps too. I was just kind of looking at those just a little bit ago. SLE halted down. Doesn't have an offer or anything, does it? No, SLE just halted down. Let's see what we get here out of PFSA. Halted down. 23 small gap down incoming. Small gap down. SLE was halted down. Now it's really starting to give back some gains. A lot of movement here, to be honest. And later in the day, I was not anticipating this much movement. At lunch, first off, and then in the power hour, a CDTG is done. I would imagine CAST, IPST, and a PSFA are going to be on watch into the closing bell. And afterward, too, as well. Does seem like CDTG is about to drop off here. Possibly even IPST. Possibly even IPST. Real quickly, just watch list to start after hours. I've got IPST, obviously PFSA. That's kind of got to be the obvious answer. And then CAS. Those would be your 3 after hours, immediate starter watch list until we have new movers. Those definitely could be popping in after hours. And on top of that, watch for new movers in after hours. I don't see how, after all the spiking we've gotten yesterday into today and the big 100 plus 200, 300, 400, 500% moves we've seen, I would anticipate we see something new in after hours. All right. I'm trying to think of. I'm gonna leave the old trend lines in here. I don't know why I would leave that one in. That's kind of the base one there. Like bounce plays. That's going to be, I think, your main areas right around here. This 22, 23 area, 22, 23. If that doesn't hold, it could get definitely a big sell-off. I don't really have a lot of options until we get back below sub 20. This looks like IPST does want to crack back on down, though, soon, so watch for that. Same thing for CDTG. What I'd be looking for over 230 here. Oh, that's right. I gave it earlier. 265, 280, and then 3. I gave cast levels earlier. Cast, by the way, done. Not cast. I'll erase that. I'm going to start with that. Over to IPST. This one looks like it's about to crack that VWAP a little bit more. Same thing with CDTG. Coming back down for some more here. That VWAP looking pretty weak on IPST. And again, the level's on the way up for CAS. If we get over pre-market high, or in-market high, it's at 260, then 280, and then right around 3. And there it comes down for more. All right, I'm gonna take the break for now. I'm gonna get some stuff done into the closing bell. PFSA, there's your pullback and pop up that I was kind of really talking about right there. So PFSA, this one's definitely gonna be on high watch for me. We're gonna do one more switcheroo before the end of the day. This now goes back down here, and then we have there we go, rocking and rolling. All right, sweet. I'm just alerting on the Discords out there. SLE's not done, so SLE will still be on watch. We'll go SLE, IPST, back. Let's go through this. Prime, after watch list. PFSA cast. Also on watch. That's hilarious. I don't know. Not really. Yeah, special. Goober apps. All right. Just talking to myself about Petey. That dog just keeps walking back and forth. I'm like, what are we doing? Then he probably just went to go sit on that dog. Is that Petey sitting on Jack? That asshole. I just don't get where he gets it from either. So damn spoiled. Who goes to he'll literally come to where some dog's laying on a bed, and like, you know what? I'm gonna lay on this bed, and we'll just go lay on the dog. We were moving up the uptrend. I do like cast for a nice good coil and squeeze there at the bell. It's a bigger float, but it's still definitely on watch for that squeeze and after hours movement. IPST, nice good continuation, honestly, for the day. Had a huge move earlier up to 25, and now really PFSA has taken over that mob, looking like PFSA is going to be the mob winner into the closing bell. Showing a gap up of 23.60. 27.63. Being that this one's halted, or going to say halted up, so we'll go back over to SLE. All right. So I'll stick around to see what a PFSA does here to the closing bell. Of course, this always kind of happens on random days, and I was going to get some extra things done here in the office, and then this place stays halted, and it's just like... All right, let's see here. What do we get? 54:50 resumption time. So SLE should be coming live soon here. Ooh. All right, so 56.21. Let's see what we get here. Right less than a minute here for PFSA, showing a gap up to 27.62. Looking like a gap up regardless. So if you could play that gap and go strategy right here, would be awesome. If you want to get one last trade in, you can get in right now. Looking like a little bit of a gap up incoming. Here we go. We're going to go open at the closing bell. $56.21 coming in hot. There we go. Less than 10 seconds. Gap up to 27.62, it looks like. So it should open up right about right here. Let's see if we open up right about right there. Oh, closing bell it is. Closing bell it is. All right, I'll be back at the closing bell, see how these fare. They both were pretty much open right at the closing bell.
Hello everyone, in this Premiere Pro tutorial I will be breaking down and then in this will remove the will be created so we can always as a take this and I will then opacity keyframe again, bring this.
Have a big week this week. Earnings is back at it. I'm going to have a full report for you coming on Tuesday. You can watch Schwab, Interactive Brokers. We've got Alphabet, Google, Tesla this week. Philip Morris, Texas Instruments, IBM. We've got AT&T. We've got... $5K to invest in the stock market this week. Here's the stocks you should trade. Josh Smith, AK47, back with you. Have a big week this week. Earnings is back at it. I'm going to have a full report for you coming on Tuesday. You can watch Schwab, Interactive Brokers. We've got Alphabet, Google, Tesla this week. Philip Morris, Texas Instruments, IBM. We've got AT&T. We've got Intel. We've got T-Mobile. We've got a lot, especially
ah.